Naam, swadakta mtazamaji, ni jioni maalum, jioni ya tafakari ya kitaifa, jioni ya masuala muhimu na mazito. Mtazamaji, ni jioni ya mjadala mkuu, na kwa mara nyingine tena katika historia ya taifa hii mfumo wa elimu ni mada kuu katika mjadala wa kitaifa, mjadala unaohusisha serikali na wananchi, wakubwa kwa wadogo, matajiri kwa wachochole, na kila Mkenya mwenye umri na uwezo wa kuelewa. Jina langu ni Lulu Hassan.
And I'm Jeff Koinange. From the moment that first school was set up in Rubai, way back in 1846, reforming the education sector has been one ongoing and even unending story. From the Ominde Commission to the McKay Commission and onwards to the Koech Commission, there has never been a moment of rest, which is why tonight, in this extraordinary evening here at Royal Media Services, we are set, all normal broadcasts aside, to delve into, among other things, the Professor Munavu Task Force report.
Na mtazamaji, jopo kazi la kuangazia elimu hivi majuzi liliwasilisha ripoti yenye mapendekezo mazito na ambayo yanabadilisha masuala mengi yanayohusu elimu nchini Kenya. Mjadala huu mkuu hii leo utaangazia mambo mengi, yakiwa pamoja na mfumo wa elimu wa CBC na swala joto la ufadhili wa elimu. Tumeandaa mjadala huu mtazamaji katika studio kadhaa hapa Royal Media na hata nje.
Iliyoandaliwa kwa minajili ya kuzungumza
Naam, swadakta mtazamaji, hivi ndivyo mambo yalivyo katika studio zetu za televisheni za Royal Media, ambazo kwa kawaida wa studio za Ramogi TV, Inoro na Citizen. Lakini kwa leo mtazamaji, mjadala mmoja, runinga moja kubwa ya kitaifa.
And indeed, away from our studios, our teams are spread out across the country to ensure every voice is heard. We are in Nakuru, in Kisumu, and also in Kisii. And we are also in the middle of Kibra constituency here in the nation's capital, where our very own Hassan Mugambi and Waweru Nyambura will be joining us with a town hall meeting of parents and teachers.
Na mtazamaji, na upande wa pili wa studio yetu hapa Ramogi ni mwenzetu Jael Lieta, atatangamana na viongozi wa wanafunzi.
Thank you, Lulu and Jeff. Just as you've said, over here we have the student population, and these are the university student leaders that will represent the student population of the country. They'll be joining us in the big conversation, talking matters from loans to scholarships and other general matters of their welfare. That will be on the big conversation. But before we start off, we have the news headlines. Back to you, Lulu. My name is Jael Lieta.
Naam, karibu mtazamaji. Ikiwa jioni ya leo, tume ya maadili na kupambana na ufisadi nchini EACC imetoa hakikisho kwa wazazi na wanafunzi walioathirika kwenye sakata ya elimu ya juu kaunti ya Uasin Gishu kwamba wanakamilisha uchunguzi wao hivi karibuni. EACC imetoa hakikisho hili kwa wazazi na wanafunzi walioandamana hadi ofisi za tume hiyo mjini Eldoret kutaka majibu kuhusu sakata hiyo iliyozua hisia kwa waathiriwa siku za hivi punde. Brenda Wanga anaarifu zaidi.
Makumi ya wazazi, wanafunzi na hata wakaazi wa mji wa Eldoret waligeuza barabara za mji huu kuwa ulingo wa kutoa yaliyowakera kuhusiana na sakata ya miezi inayowakosesha usingizi. Hawa wakiwa baadhi ya wazazi na wanafunzi ambao hamu yao ya kuwasomesha na hata kusomea ugaibuni ilipigwa breki. Wameendelea kulaumu serikali ya kaunti ya Uasin Gishu kwa kushirikiana kuwalaghai fedha ambazo ziliinuiwa kuhakikisha mamia ya wanafunzi kutoka eneo hili wanapata elimu nchini Finland na Canada. Walioathiriwa sasa wakiitaka tume ya maadili na kupambana na ufisadi kuwapa majibu wanayotaka. EACC awali ilitoa hakikisho kuwa inachunguza namna shilingi milioni 833.9 zilizonuiwa kugharamia masomo ya wanafunzi hawa zilitumika.
Tunataka mtu saidie kabisa. EACC, hii kesi imeletwa, kila siku tukienda mkutano kaunti wanatuambia kesi iko under review na EACC. Mumefanya nini? Hatutaki story. Wazazi wakiendelea kuilaumu EACC kwa kujikokota.
Sisi mumelala kwa kazi. You find the same investigation inaendelea na bado Mandago, bado Chelilim anaenda kwa mkutano kuambia wazazi hakuna penye hiyo vitu naenda.
EACC kisema kuwa uchunguzi huu umekuwa mgumu, japo akitoa hakikisho kuwa majibu yatapatikana hivi karibuni.
What I'm commenting is not a process of investigation. I've not given you any details of the findings. I'm only saying yes, confirming to the public that we have a complaint such as the one you are crying about, and with that complaint, what is the commission doing according to its mandate? So stop speaking about it. It's not a problem. We are not going to speak on. I've not told you who is to be taken to court. I've not told you what amount of money. I've not told you the details of an investigation. But I've said we are handling that matter. I don't think that is out of order. Thank you so much. We wish you well, and we want to hope that the things will be sorted out, and we'll do our PTC.
Wanafunzi hawa wameapa kuendelea na maandamano hadi pale malalamishi yao yatakaposuluhishwa. Brenda Wanga, runinga ya Citizen.
Na mtazamaji, na baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu utaungana na wanafunzi hao wakiwa na mwanahabari wetu John Wanyama kutoka kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Mbali na hayo ni kwamba mazungumzo kati ya serikali na upinzani yameanza kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas, huku pande zote zikiafikiana kuendesha mazungumzo hayo bila mvutano. Kikao cha leo kikitumika kupanga mikakati ya namna mazungumzo hayo kati ya Kenya Kwanza na Azimio yatakavyoendeshwa, kama Steven Leto anavyotuarifu.
Pande zote mbili, Kenya Kwanza na Azimio la Umoja, zilifika mapema kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas ambapo mazungumzo yalikuwa yameandaliwa. Katika ajenda yao leo ilikuwa ni kuweka sheria na kanuni za mazungumzo.
We have agreed that we will begin the dialogue process once we frame the agenda items, and I think we should be ready with that by Monday. As agreed, we will have the secretariat that will be supported by Parliament.
This first meeting has been cordial. This first meeting has been important. And we have agreed on the way forward, namely that we've agreed to set up, there will be 2 technical teams on both sides
Pande hizo mbili ziliafikiana kufanya mazungumzo kwa imani njema na kuweka maslahi ya Wakenya kwanza.
We've been sent here by the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to come and sit with our brothers to find a solution to the issues that are being brought on the table.
As a coalition, we are committed to the search for justice, for unity, for peace and prosperity for our country, in accordance with the ethos, the values, the principles and provisions of our Constitution.
Kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka, ambaye anaongoza upande wa Azimio kwenye mazungumzo, aliweka wazi kuwa hawatajadili aina yoyote ya kushirikishwa ndani ya serikali ya Kenya Kwanza.
We shall not negotiate, and this is important for us, for any form of power sharing with the Kenya Kwanza alliance, or put any personal interest ahead of the interests of our people.
We, together as leaders from both sides, have agreed that we don't have the luxury of failing. We cannot afford to fail in this process. And as much as I appreciate, we have heavy issues before us.
Mazungumzo yataendelea Jumatatu ijayo.
Nayo tume ya mishahara nchini imetangaza nyongeza mishahara kwa wafanyikazi wa umma, huku Rais William Ruto na naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua wakikosa kwenye orodha ya wafanyikazi wa umma walioongezwa mishahara. Kwenye nyongeza hii, wafanyikazi wa umma watapata nyongeza ya kati ya 7% na 10% katika muda wa miaka 2 ijayo. Chemutai Goina anaarifu zaidi.
Hope you can see everybody.
Tangazo la mwenyekiti wa tume ya kuratibu mishahara ya wafanyikazi wa umma Lynn Mengich itakuwa afueni kwa wafanyikazi wengi wa serikali ambao walikuwa wamekosa nyongeza kufuatia tandavu ya corona. Na baada ya rais na naibu kutamka kuwa hawataki nyongeza, hii leo tume ya SRC ikihakikisha matakwa yao yanafuatwa.
The average increase is 7 to 10% over a 2-year period, inclusive of the existing notch increase, which averages 3% annually. The President and the Deputy President, their salaries have been retained from where they were previously.
Tume hiyo pia ilitangaza kuondolewa kwa marupurupu kwenye mishahara ya wafanyikazi wanapotekeleza majukumu yao nje ya ofisi, kama vile marupurupu ya vikao na safari za nje. Mengicha akisema hii ni sawa na kulipwa mara 2.
Payment of retreat allowance in addition to the basic salary amounts to double compensation and consequently ceases to be payable.
Na ingawa maswali yameibuliwa kuhusu iwapo serikali inayolalama kuwa haina fedha za kutosha itaweza kugharamia nyongeza ya mshahara, kwani bilioni 21.7 zinahitajika.
The increase maintains the trajectory towards achieving the wage bill to revenue ratio of 35%.
When you have a robust and performing economy, then it means that you have no problems in terms of trying to adjust wages and payment systems to realign the reward structure. For me, I like calling it the reward structure. To align that reward structure with economic realities. But if you fail to understand economic realities, then you cannot realign it.
Chemutai Goin, runinga ya Citizen.
All right, Goin, thanks so much for that. Now, the big conversation begins in the North Rift city of Eldoret, where a massive scandal has been in the offing. For the last few days, Kenyans have been treated to shocking revelations of an airlift, or was it a scholarship that never was?
Na mtazamaji, imekuwa taswira ya kushangaza kutoka mjini Eldoret ambako familia nyingi zinalalamikia kuhadaiwa na wakuu wa serikali ya kaunti walioahidi nafasi za masomo ya nje. Mvutano huo unaendelea kwa sasa. Mtazamaji, tusiandike kwa mate ilhali wino tunao. Na moja kwa moja tunaelekea kwake John Wanyama akiwa Eldoret. Kama unatupata vizuri, umetuandalia yapi kutoka kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, Wanyama?
hizi pesa
Na mtazamaji, ni vijana hao ambao walikuwa wananuia kwenda Finland, lakini kwa sababu moja au nyingine wamejipata bado hawajasafiri. Ni hali ya kusikitisha, hali ya kutamausha, lakini inaibua maswali mingi sana, Jeff.
Absolutely. And we apologize for that audio. We'll try and fix it in the meantime. At the same time, there were some students who actually made it to Finland and got stuck there. I mean, how does it get to this? I think we should try and get some answers from the government studio. What do you say? Let's go to our very own Yvonne and Lincoln in the government studios. Take it from there, guys.
Thank you, Jeff. And indeed.
Si kama yamefanyika hapa, lakini hiyo imaanishi kuwa tuendelee vile tunaendelea hivi sasa. Tunafaa tuangalie hili jambo kwa makini, ndio likifanyika wakati mwingine tuwe tumeweka mikakati ambayo watu ambao wanaenda katika universities za nje wanaweza kuja kwetu, waangalie, wajue kama hizo universities zinatambulika hapa Kenya, na kuna idara inayoitwa Commission for University Education ambayo ina-equate universities za nje. Sasa hawa wangeenda waangalie kule, alafu waje kwenye Wizara ya Elimu pia waidhinishwe, ndio waende kule nje. Na kila kitu kingewekwa kwa meza, pesa hela ngapi wamelipwa, ziangaliwe kuwa hizo hela ndio fees ya Finland pali wanaenda, alafu kila kitu kikiwa sawa ndio wanafunzi waweze kwenda. Inaonekana kuna utata hapa, na huo utata tusiwache ufanyike kwa Wakenya wakati mwingine.
Lakini sasa mnasema kwamba makosa yamefanyika. So who takes responsibility for this? How is it that, like, just to double down on Lincoln's question, that county governments are entering into some sort of arrangement, taking money on behalf of parents and students, and now we say makosa yamefanyika, which is all well and good, but what happens? I think, like Dr. Mercia said, people pay money, people sell land, people sell their cows and their prized belongings for this. But then now, what happens? Who takes responsibility for this?
The higher education sector is not a devolved function.
Exactly, yeah.
This issue was dealt by the county government of Elgeyo Marakwet and Uasin Gishu. It's unfortunate that we have reached where we have reached. We don't have the facts of what really happened as we speak, so we cannot judge entirely and say so and so is at fault. What we are proposing is that moving forward, with the challenges that we have seen, we need to have clear guidelines, and these guidelines must be published, and Kenyans must be able to know that if you want to engage or go to a foreign university in case of any arrangement like this or any other arrangement, are the clear guidelines to follow. But for now, since we don't know what transpired and who is wrong, we only put a caution and say that let us investigate and ensure that it does not happen to any innocent Kenyan again.
All right, thank you for that. We'll come back to Dr. Langat, who's also here with us, the CEO of TVETA. Much to talk about, and that is just the inroad of our conversation here this evening, and we're specifically getting into the funding question. And for that, now we take you to Sam Gituku, who's on Data Point with some numbers for us. Sam?
All right, thank you so much, Yvonne. Let's take a look at some of the ideas that are contained in the class of 2022. This is KCSE 2022, and what is going to happen to the class, because there has been the new financing model. For instance, the government has said that out of the 140,000 students who will be joining universities starting September this year, 45,000 of them are vulnerable, and therefore they're going to get funding of up to some 82%, to be looking at the percentages, but those will be 45,000 students. For those in the TVET level, 42,000 of them have been categorized as vulnerable students, meaning they will be financed through government scholarships and loans. And of course, students have to apply for these scholarships and the loans as well as the bursaries. So let's take a look at what is going on. The vulnerable are indicated to be 21,800. The government scholarship will be up to 82%, but the balance of 18% will come to them in form of a loan that is from the Higher Education Loans Board. For the extremely needy students, they are said to be, let me just get that right, they are said to be getting, they are 23,372. They'll get up to 70% of government scholarship. The 30% will be in form of a loan. The families will not contribute anything, because the understanding here is that those families are not able to raise any resources for that. Then the needy students, who are 26,488, up to 53% of funding will come from the government, 40% will come from help in form of a loan, and then 7% will be raised by the family. For the less needy, 84,000 of them, 38% will be the government scholarship. These are those people that are able to carry on with their lives without needing government support. But then again, there will be a loan of up to 55% and then 7% to be raised by the families. Let's take a model case here. For instance, if you've been called to study medicine, Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery at the University, Moi University, for instance, the program costs about 612,000 shillings every year. You need 6 years to study there. So if you're from the vulnerable group, remember that you're getting much of the financing from the government side. This is the scholarship that will come from the government. If you need a loan, this is the match that will come. But if you're to look at this less needy student, they will get government scholarship of 232,000. The 336,600 shillings will come from HELB in form of a loan, meaning by the end of all those 6 years, they'll have a loan of 2 million shillings. So this is just a look at some of the funding questions that will have to come from the learners, either government or supported by HELB. And of course, you can go to as many programs as possible. But basically, that's the idea, Yvonne, in terms of what will be going into this financing. But the identification of who is needy, less needy, vulnerable, extremely needy, will be based on means testing that HELB has been saying they have the way and the path to ensure that they know who needs what time.
For that. So, Jeffrey, CEO of Universities Fund, Jeffrey Monari, how did we arrive at these categories? How did we decide who is vulnerable, who is extremely needy? How was this arrived at? And very specifically, even with numbers?
This was arrived after doing a lot of simulations and studies over the years based on the data and the students that have been admitted in Kenyan universities and have gone through the loan system and have been awarded over the years for the last 25 years, which HELB has been doing using the MTI. So we used this MTI to ensure and look at what categories of students do we have who are admitted to the universities. And we established that there are 4 categories, that is vulnerable, extremely needy, needy and less needy. That is how we came up with these categories.
Dr. Kikurui Lang'at, wewe ndio unasimamia TVETs. Na ilivyo ni kwamba wanafunzi wengi huwa hawapati nafasi ya kuingia katika vyuo vikuu. Mara nyingi karibu kila mwaka ni karibu 20% pekee ambao hupata nafasi ya kuingia katika vyuo vikuu. Lakini wewe wachukua 70% kama 70 hivi ya wale wanafunzi ambao wamekosa alama za kujiunga na vyuo vikuu. Mwanzo kabisa wafurahia mtindo huu mpya ambao umeanzishwa sasa kufadhili elimu katika vyuo vikuu na pia taasisi za kiufundi ambazo unasimamia?
Thank you. I think as my colleague Geoffrey mentioned, that over time, especially in Tibet, there was no funding until 2016 when the government introduced what is called capitation, and we are funding the students the flat rate of 30,000, regardless of whether you are needy, extremely needy, but now scientifically determining who is supposed to benefit, so that those who are extremely needy can actually be able to go to training without necessarily asking the parents, the neighbors to raise this. Second is that we have seen over time that we have been able to increase the enrollment in the TVET sector from less than 200,000 in the last 4 years to currently we are in excess of 600,000. And one of the factors that contributed towards this is because of funding, where people are able to train without any necessarily getting pressure for looking for school fees. We believe the funding model that is going to be implemented will actually enable more extremely needy cases to come to the institution, because ideally there were some people who are benefiting from funding when in the real sense they are not maybe needy or need this kind of support. Probably I came from private school where school fees was much more than this. We will, and you mentioned rightly that we are looking at close to 70% of basic transition into higher education, but I still believe that we need to push that number into close to 80, looking at the job opportunities and the demand for the middle level cadre of labor, and therefore making sure that we have not only funding for the student, but also in terms of infrastructure and equipment to ensure that we don't only take these people through this system, but to make sure that they obtain quality education.
No, bila shaka ni swala ambalo ni tete sana, ni swala ambalo lina utata kidogo, lakini kupata kwa undani zaidi kuhusiana na masuala haya. Lakini kwanza tuende kwake Sam Gituko na Mashirima Kapombe, ambapo wataweza kuangalia hisia za wataalamu mbalimbali walio katika sekta hii ya elimu, nao wanasema nini kuhusiana na masuala ambayo inaibuka kuhusiana na elimu. Sam.
Mashirima.
Naam, shukran Lincoln. Bila shaka lile swali kuu ambalo tungependa wataalamu wetu waweze kutujibu, na nikianza na wewe Daktari Emmanuel Manyasa, ni ukiangalia jinsi mapendekezo yalivyo, yanaweza kutekelezwa ama ni ile swala la kwamba kwenye makaratasi mali tunaandika mambo yanaonekana mazuri, lakini ikifika wakati wa utekelezwaji kutakuwa na changamoto?
Shukran Mashirima. Kwangu mimi nafikiri sisi tulitoa maoni tukasema kuwe na differentiated model ya funding na ni muhimu, lakini nafikiri kwamba tusirudie ile desturi yetu kama Wakenya ya kila siku kufanya jambo zuri liharibike kwa kutekeleza vibaya. Na kwa maoni yangu ni kwamba mpango wa serikali wa kwenda njia hii ya kusema kwamba tutatofautisha ufadhili tunawapea kila mwanafunzi kulingana na mahitaji ni muhimu, lakini kwangu hatuko tayari kutekeleza sasa. Kwa sababu gani? Zile fedha ambazo tunasema tunataka kupeana kama mkopo, ukiangalia ni nyingi mno. Tukumbuke kwamba HELB haikuweza kuwafadhili wanafunzi wote walioitisha mikopo mwaka huu ambao umekamilika, na wengi wao walikuwa wanahitaji shilingi 40,000 na HELB haikuweza kuwapa sababu walisema walikosa ufadhili kutoka Treasury. Sasa tunataka kupeana mikopo ya shilingi 1,100 na 1,300. Hizo fedha zipo.
Naam, bila shaka ni swali kuu. Sam.
Right, and Dr. Kilemi Mure, you once served at the Ministry of Education, specifically higher education as an assistant minister. And of course, as you look at what is being proposed to ensure that learners are able to finance who they are able to based on their families, does this promote equity, especially if it reflects that, for instance, that course that we just highlighted, Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, that a student will have to finish school if they are lucky to get the help with a loan of 2 million shillings. But also, how do you weigh the means testing formula? How well are you able to know who qualifies for what at what time?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Getuko. That's the idea, like Munyasa said, the idea is not a bad one, because there are a lot of students in the university who can actually afford, especially if you consider that the majority of the students in our universities come from the privileged schools disproportionately. So they come from schools where they've been in academies, their parents are able to pay that, they're able to pay for expensive secondary education. But there is a group that will find it very, very difficult to make it through, as is the case now. First, for me, the main problem is whether or not, assuming that this works, because it's a good idea, will it be done in a way that there is no corruption, there are no cartels. The problem with CDF, as you have known, as you have heard many times, is that there is so much corruption that not always the most needy benefit. Secondly, you give the numbers of who are considered less needy.
Right.
Less needy are well-off kids, more or less, compared to the most vulnerable. They are the majority in the university. They're the ones who are the majority in the university. So the first question to ask, even before you begin to fund those who are in university, what percentage of the very needy have made it to university? This is the real question. I mean, if you consider the fact that out of 12,000 secondary schools, 5,500 did not have a single kid with a C+.
Naam, bila shaka Janet, kwa sababu Daktari Kilemi ametaja hilo swala la kule kupiga msasa wale ambao wanahitaji, ni nini ambacho kinapaswa kufanyika ili kuhakikisha katika mfumo huu wale wanaohitaji ndio watajulikana na ndio watapata ufadhili huu? Manake hapo ndio kizungumkuti kipo.
Thank you so much, Mashirima. And I'll first begin by saying that the categorization is welcome, but then again there's a very big problem. Because even when we were going into the reforms, we knew where the problem was. The problem was never that we had so many children joining the university and we didn't have money. The problem was that government was not meeting its own commitment. That is why we needed to do university reforms. Government was not funding universities the way it was supposed to be. So instead of government upping its game, instead of us seeing government giving more resources, what has the government done? Very cunningly has thrown back the problem to the parents, and the parents are going to be the carriers of this very big burden. And I tend to differ a little bit with people who think that because you're a primary school teacher, you are able. So many people are taking their children to semi-private schools because of the situation that is obtaining in our public schools. So you cannot really say, and you cannot use that criteria to tell a parent that because you attended a low-cost private school, now you are less needy. In fact, that is government's language for telling citizens that you are able, and therefore we have removed our hand from funding universities. Because look at it, how do you explain that a child is going to graduate with a burden of loan of 2 million and there is no guarantee for a job? I think really this is not a bad idea, but it is too much English packaged together to just make sure that government escapes its own responsibility of funding higher education, and it has now thoroughly and entirely thrown the burden at the parent. Let me tell you the aftermath. The aftermath is going to be so many children will drop out of school, because how do you contest the fact that you have been listed as less needy? How do you go to contest that I've been told I'm less needy? And while we are at it, let us think about how much is 53% that you're being asked to pay. 53% of 420, it's in the regions of 220. Show me one primary school teacher that is going to be affording to take their child, or any other cadre of government employee that is going to be affording to keep their child at a cost of 200,000 in the university.
Right. And Prof. Governor Barachok, so it is a proposal to ensure that universities continue to receive the resources that they need, because apparently the government has not been able to finance them. Does it work? But also the public, the members of the public that are in Bomet County, what are these concerns that they are having to deal with, to an extent that you'll find your neighboring county, Uasin Gishu, has to go ahead and come up with a plan to airlift students with all manner of looking for resources? Is that what you've been forced to do as governors?
Okay, thank you very much, Sami. I want to agree with my colleagues that the proposal is welcome. It's a good idea of making assumption that the parameters that were used were the correct one, and we captured students based on their different needs, of course, classifying them. You have mentioned the issue of universities, and I think we need to understand the background of all these proposals. One, our universities are struggling. They are in debt. And one of the reasons why universities are struggling is because as a government, we have not been able to meet our obligation. We are proposing a new model, shifting away from the old model of differentiated unit cost, where the university was to pay up to 80% of that commitment. But it didn't honor that. I think the highest they paid is around 66%. So over time, the universities, because they have to run, have been accumulating debts with the contractors. So that is one. Secondly, if it has to work, then the government has to commit money into this. Otherwise, the proposal is good because our households are not the same. Personally, I can fund for my children.
Right.
I have also a neighbor who can do the same. But the majority, which is over 99%, are not able. So if we are talking of 53%, as my colleagues has indicated, where will we get that money to cover the difference? At the same time, this problem of employment is compounding the whole problem that we are facing as a country. And here comes the story of Uasin Gishu. From what the students are saying. One, they want higher education, and secondly, prospects of jobs. So they want to study outside the country,
right?
Because the prospects of being employed are very high. So I think if we have to solve all these issues, it should not be solved in isolation.
All right.
What is the challenge that we are facing as a country? So one is the issue of unemployment, and that is why it is forcing our students to sacrifice and do all that and move out of the country for studies, because probably they will get employment after their studies.
Naam.
But I want to agree that this is not our role as county government. In fact, our area is CCD and vocational training centers. But sometimes we are forced to go out of our way because of the suffering of our people to at least try to alleviate that suffering. And sometimes we make mistakes.
Bila shaka, Profesa Odote, manake ulikuwa katika jopo kazi hili wakati ambapo mlikaa na kupendekeza kwamba kujumuishwe hizi hazina zote za ufadhili, iwe ni HELB, iwe ni ile hazina ya TVET na nyinginezo, kusawazisha elimu bora kwa wote. Je, hili lilikuwa lizuie vipi yale masuala yanayotaja Governor Barchok kwamba counties zisije zikajitwika mzigo ambao si wao?
Si county pekee, Kapombe, ni kila mtu. Ukisikiza mwenzangu Dr. Munyasa akiongea, ameuliza swali, je, kuna hela ya kutimiza hizi mambo zote? Mwenzangu Janet amesema, lakini sasa mmepatia jamii mzigo. Tulianza kwa kujua kwamba mfumo ya kupeana pesa kwa higher education wa saa hizi haisaidii kwa sababu by the time tulifika 2023 university zote zilikuwa na deni ya billion 54 billion. Tungeendelea hivyo, government had now reached 48% of DUC from 80%. If we continued going at the projections we had, we'll reach around 30. So something had to give. So I think the one thing we must accept is that what we had before was not working. The second reality is that there were very difficult decisions to make. I think decision number one, and I think Munyasa is the one who says, is in reality we have a constrained financial space as a country. Yet higher education is expensive. For the last, I think, around 20 years, we've been lying to ourselves, saying, oh yes, this is the amount it pays. If you ask, everybody has been paying 16,000 shillings for university education. Yet in high school, everybody in high school pays on average 30 to 50,000. So it cannot be that when you reach university, you are saying university is cheaper. That simply wasn't going to work. So the debate was, how do you deal with it in a manner that is sustainable? Unlike what Janet says about 50%, the actual reality that goes to the household is 7%. If you look at what the households are paying, there's no household that's being asked to pay more than 7%. Even the less needy, that is, and myself is.
You know, a loan is not free.
Even I will come to the loan. I'll come to the loan.
Prof, even though the loan, you get it based on availability of resources and how you're able to make your case at HELB.
Yes, but you see, you'd rather that you make a proposal that makes sense than one that is good from far, but far from good.
Lakini kama hilo pendekezo haliwezi kutekelezwa, kuna haja gani?
And who has said it can't be met?
What is
there tonight and what has to be corrected is the impression that is being given that parents will only pay 7%. No, that is not the position. Parents will actually pay 62%, but upon availability of funds, then you can get a loan and alleviate you. But as we speak tonight, parents will be forced to part with 63% unless there is loan available.
Daktari, because you have also interest in TVET, and you're looking at the numbers, especially what was released by COOPS recently, you're talking about that there are spaces of more than 500,000 spaces at TVET institutions, but those that have been placed so far is 145,000. Well, there's explanation that intake of TVET continues to happen. But if you look at the transition, it's sort of a narrowing tunnel that very few get to the university, but also there's a challenge of affordability. A few more may go to the TVET, but there's also a majority that may actually never get to that point. Are we doing enough to ensure that education is actually accessible at the point of post-secondary school qualification?
Yeah, I would actually challenge this model based on an equity question. If you look at the relationship between education and poverty, you realize that children of the poor are the less likely to pass. And so when you look at the ratio of allocation to university and TVET, actually it fails. Because it is TVET where we have poorer students, and it is where parents are expected to pay more. But even within TVET, you find that when you compare the placement of COOPS to university and to TVET, you find that as a ratio of capacity, university we have 55% placed, TVET we have 28% placed. The reason why we have 28% in TVET is because there is no placement of COOPs to the vocational training centers. So COOPs places in the national polytechnics, in the technical training institutes, but not to the, where now Governor Barchok represents his institutions, which are the vocational training centers. Yet, again applying the same poverty principle, it is those that get E's and D's that end up in the vocational training centers. And those are also the ones that are immensely coming from the poorer families. So this model actually will end up benefiting richer families more than poorer if you apply this principle. So I think we have to be committed to look at where do the poorest students end, and also take funding there, because when we exclude 58% of those that are completing, because they cannot be placed by COOPs, they can't access loans, they can't access scholarship. What are we committing to?
Okay, all right. I want us to transition. We'll come back here, but we need to move to the next studio. That is where Trevor and Rashid are, to hear from the stakeholders on what they have to say about this particular matter. Trevor?
Well, thanks, Sam and Mashirima. This brings up the big question on the funding of universities. Let me bring in Akelo Misori over there, and you have a microphone. Just pass the microphone to Akelo Misori, is the KUPPET Secretary General, to tell us, is this funding model practical for parents? Because I saw you looking at a fee structure from a university. Yes. It's on. It's on. It's on. Just start.
It is not on. Is it?
Okay. Let's sort that out and see how that works in just a bit. We're talking about the funding model, whether there's categories of vulnerable scholarships at 80%, extremely needy scholarships at 70%, with a loan of 30%. Is it practical, Akelo?
This funding model apparently is not practical.
Why not?
In my view, I think it is a way of ensuring that many students will definitely discontinue their learning, because the universities are already starved of resources, and therefore this is a model which is basically to generate funds, and once they fail to generate funds, they will force the learners to be out of school.
Okay.
So in my view, I think this funding model is not practical, because the current one has also even failed. Remember, we are in the universities currently have not given dates of admission, because they were waiting for government to actualize what was offering in terms of funds. But now that it has been given them back in terms of to charge fees, we are likely to have many dropouts in this funding model.
The fee structure you're looking at, which one is it, and what strikes you the most out of that?
The fee structure that I have here is from Kenyatta University, and it has got clusters. Cluster 1B, the first program cost is 612,000. First semester is 376,200. Second semester is 122,400. The third semester is 122,400. So that is the first. Then let me just go to the other one is 336. That is cluster 6, where the first semester they pay 201,960,000, and then 134,640, and then the third semester they pay nothing. In this kind of arrangement, and with the kind of situation that we know, I don't think the practicability of this is going to be realized.
Na labda pengine kwa kuchangia hilo, Wilson Sossion, ningependa kupata kauli yako, kwa sababu unavyomsikia anasema kwamba utekelezaji wake ni mtihani mkubwa, na kuna uwezekano wengi wakashindwa kupata masomo, na watakapata masomo watakuja kuwa na madeni katika siku za usoni. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Ya, asante sana. Nafikiri wengi hawajachukua muda kujaribu kuelewa huu mtindo mpya ya kufadhili wanafunzi katika vyuo vikuu. Haijaanza jana. Najua hii inatokea ile inaitwa Education Charter, ambaye rais aliweka kidole tarehe 23 mwezi wa June 2022. Na kabla ya hapo kulikuwa na mkutano ya experts ambao walijadili na kutengeneza hiyo chata, na ilieleweka kwamba vyuo vikuu vyetu vinaanguka. Maona Moi University karibu inafunga, Egerton University zote zinafunga sababu ya poor funding model, kwamba ile mtindo iliyokuwa ya DUC haijaweza kusaidia vyuo vyetu. Kwa hivyo other than kuongeza pesa katika vyuo vikuu, ilikuwa lazima kwamba tupate model ambayo itahakikisha kwamba wale wote ambao wamekuwa admitted kwa university wanaweza kuendelea kusoma bila kusumbuliwa. If you examine na ukiona hii model kwamba imesema kuna the most vulnerable au ni the poorest households, na ile data tumeona kwa wengine kwamba hii itasomesha tu watoto wa matajiri, hiyo ni uongo. Watoto ambao wale 140,000 wamekuwa admitted kupitia hiyo statistical data falls under the 4 categories. Na hiyo category ya kwanza, vulnerable and most needy, itachukua watoto karibu wengi katika households ambao ni maskini. Ukiona wale wa second year sahi, third year na fourth year ambao wataendelea katika old model, bado wanalazimishwa kulipa fees, tena zile nyumba maskini zaidi. Kwa hivyo hii itaanza na first years na itahakikisha kwamba the poorest households will not pay anything. Wanafunzi wataelekea kwa vyuo vikuu bila kusumbuliwa. Na ukiona stratification yote,
this is where the problem is. Before you even go on, Sosion, that is where the problem is. Yes. How do you then know that this family is vulnerable and this is open to manipulation? And there are some people who say that the data that you have is not as accurate. So if I was able today, then you lose someone, you're not able the next year. And there's nowhere to appeal.
With the fears kwamba kunaweza ingia mambo ufisadi na mengine. Lakini the way this model is done, sababu hiyo tool, mean testing index, shall be administered by Higher Education Loans Board. Hawajakuwa wakifanya hii kazi for the last few years. Wamefanya miaka hii yote. Na data ya wanafunzi wote haitaanza kuanzia admission. Hiyo data yote imekuwa iko kwa mashule zetu NEMIS, na hiyo data inajulikana. Ukienda kwa shule ya Idimuli, wale watoto wamekuwa admitted, inajulikana. Hata wale walikuwa wanategemea bursaries, na hii ni kama tu bursaries ya kawaida, kwamba hata kwa constituencies wakipeana bursaries haipeani ovyo ovyo, lazima uangalie, ukuwe na data ya kila familia, itakuwa hapo, itakuwa declared. Na baada ya admission ya KUPS, sababu ili delay, ilikuwa kwamba lazima experts wakalie, wafikirie, wafanye simulation, waone vile itakuwa. Na hiyo sasa baada ya admission, umeona admission letter ndio inaleta fitina mingi, kwamba this is very costly, the cost of medicine ni 600. Now that government haitakuwa inapeana capitation direct kwa universities, inapitia wanafunzi. Kwa hivyo lazima hiwe declared kwamba the cost of this course is this much. Na hiyo isibabaishe watu, sababu hiyo imekuwa hivyo miaka hii yote. Cost of medicine, training a student in medicine at the University of Nairobi, imekuwa above 600,000. Na haijakuwa declared sababu hii capitation na pesa ya serikali haijakuwa ikilipiwa kupitia wanafunzi. Sasa vile inapitia wanafunzi, kila mwanafunzi lazima apate fee structure ile ina declare total cost of that course kwa mwaka. Alafu ya tatu na ya mwisho ndio Wakenya wasibabaike. Pesa ya kufadhili universities imeongezwa from 54 billion to 84. Ya Higher Education Loans Board from 13 billion to 30 billion. Na president mwenyewe amesema, amekuwa very deliberate kwamba pesa iwekwe kwa budget. Na tunajua kwamba katika entire sector ya elimu.
Samani kidogo tusione kwamba shida si pesa kuwepo, ni kutumia hizo pesa, kwa sababu zinaweza kuwa hata zaidi ya hizo bilioni za kutaja, lakini kwamba ule uadilifu wa pesa ndio unawatia hofu wale ambao katika hukumu.
Ningependa kuhakikisha Wakenya kwamba kama kuna mahali hakutakuwa na mchezo hata siku moja, ni hii maneno ya kufadhili watoto katika vyuo vikuu. Na rais mwenyewe ako hands-on, experts wako hands-on, na hiyo fears kama ya Kelo na wengine ni kawaida, ni njia ya kufanya conversation ieleweke. Lakini
no, hold on for a second. Let's cross over to Kibra and hear what the parents have to say where Hassan Mugambi is standing by. Hassan?
Naam, shukran sana kwa upande wa pili wa studio. Tuko hapa katika eneo la Kibra. Kama ulivyosema, ni mengi ambayo tumekuwa tukiyasikia na ni mengi ambayo nimekuwa nikitazama tu baadhi ya wazazi na walimu ambao wako nasi hii leo, na wamekuwa ni wenye kutoa hisia mbalimbali kuambatana na yale ambayo yamekuwa yakiendelea katika studio. Lakini siko peke yangu na mwenzangu.
Asante sana Hassan, na jinsi ulivyosema mambo mengi yametendeka na yanapangiwa mjini, lakini hapa ndipo msumeno unapatana na mbao, wakati wazazi, walimu na wanafunzi wanatwikwa jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba mambo haya yote yamefanikishwa. Je, wanayafahamu? Na la msingi, wana uwezo wa kubeba huo mzigo? Tunazungumza nao hivi sasa. Hassan, uwanjani wako.
Na bila shaka, na kile ambacho ufadhili ambao umezungumziwa hapa mwanzo kabisa ni kwamba watakuwa wanatafuta na kuangazia baadhi tu ya wale watu ambao wanajiweza, wengine ambao wanajiweza kiasi, wengine hawajiwezi kabisa, ili wakoe ni wenye kupata ufadhili. Ninao baadhi ya walimu wa shule za msingi na vile vile kabisa za sekondari katika mtaa huu wa Kibra, na ni hapo ambapo wanasema wanao wale wanafunzi ambao wanajiunga na shule ama chuo ama vyuo vikuu. Je, mumepatwa kuulizwa tu kama munao wale wanajiweza, wale hawajiwezi, ama swala hili lote la ufadhili nyinyi mnaliona vipi?
Okay, I'm the head teacher of Olympic Primary School. Olympic has got 5,546 children. Majority of the children are from the informal settlements, and 3/4 of the parents are poor, generally poor, and most of them are single mothers. And the criteria of grouping people under vulnerability, needy, and what have you, I don't know the criteria the government is going to use, because we are the people on the ground, and we have not been contacted, because we know these people at household levels. So if this thing is to succeed, they need to come down to us at school level, because most of us, especially the teachers, they know these children from their family background. So if that can be employed, then the criteria will be workable. But if it will be taken that because you are, let's say you are in Alliance Boys, you are in Starehe, then it's likely that you are able. It's not really true, because majority of the children in Olympic, those who go to those high-end schools, are sponsored by well-wishers. So if it is taken that because this child is in Mangu, he must have been in a position to go under or be rated as being not needy, it will be a misplaced idea. So our plea to the government is that let's go down to the stakeholders, get the real facts, but not basing it on data that is fed on NEMIS. Thank you.
Asante sana Hassan. Hapa ya uwezo wao wa kufanikisha masomo jinsi yalivyopendekezwa ya masomo ya juu. Niambie jina lako alafu niambie, je, unaufahamu mfumo mpya wa malipo ya university kama yalivyopendekezwa?
Ndio nafahamu. Mimi naitwa Khadija Ahmed. Sina mtoto wa university, niko na wa primary. Changamoto, uwezo ndio hatuna. Kwa sasa hivi sisi wengine tuko na watoto nyumbani. Kama mimi hivi niko na watoto wawili grade 7 na 8, wote wako kwangu nyumbani. Nimeshindwa, nimelemewa, baba wao aliaga.
Wakati mwingine tunaona katika zile namba za serikali wanasema kwamba wale watu ambao wako mjini huenda wana hali ya juu ya maisha kuliko wale wako vijijini. Labda wakifuata huo mfumo, watu wa hapa mjini watakuwa wamepata disadvantage ya aina gani?
Hiyo ni ngumu sana. Sisi wenye tuko vijijini ni ngumu kwetu.
Asante. Uwanja ni wako Hassan.
Naam, shukrani sana, na labda nikiendea tu wale ambao tuko nao hapa pia vile vile kabisa, swala la ufadhili huo wa vyuo vikuu, wewe unalichukulia vipi? Kwanza kabisa utaanza na majina yako na ujitangulize kwa mtazamaji, alafu useme unalichukulia vipi swala hilo la ufadhili ama mfumo mpya wa ufadhili wa masomo ya vyuo vikuu.
Shukrani sana kwa kuweza kunipea nafasi ili niweze kuangazia. Kwa majina naitwa Eskimos Kobiento Kirumbe. I'm the Secretary General, mwakilishi wa wazazi Kenya mzima. Kwa hivyo hii nafasi nimeweza kupewa ni kuhusu mambo ya ufadhili wa watoto wa secondary school. Mimi kama vile mwalimu amesema, nikiwa mwakilishi wa wazazi, hatujawahi kuhusishwa hata kwa task force yote. Na hata mkiangalia wakati ilitoka, how can the government say that the parents are not participating in the task force reform and then they want to implement without us? So ni kumaanisha ya kwamba hayo maneno yote yanafanywa saa ingine sisi kama wazazi tunaona katika magazeti, tukiangalia asubuhi tunaambia kuna kitu inaendelea, hivyo ndivyo inaendelea. Hata mambo ya kufadhili kusema huyu mtoto ametoka jamii maskini. Sisi kama wazazi tuko na sub county and also at the school level. We are supposed to be involved in identifying watoto wale hawana uwezo, tukitumia mpaka nyumba 10 ili watoto wale wanaenda katika hiyo vyuo vikuu wawe the right thing. Lakini nimeweza kusikia kwamba wakati wanafadhili ni vile mtoto ataweza kujaza kwa ile form. Hiyo itakuwa na udanganyifu mingi, kwa sababu kila mtoto ataweza ajaze kitu ambazo akistahili. Na hiyo imekuwa ikitokea hata wakati Equity na fund na hata wakati NGOs na fund kunakuwa na udanganyifu mingi. Kwa hivyo itakuwa na uwazi wowote.
Na mje unaona kwamba kutakuwa na uwazi kama alivyosema?
Shukran Bwana Hassan Mugambi. Naitwa Benson Adika, ni naibu mwalimu mkuu katika shule ya msingi ya Kikoshep ambayo iko katika mtaa wa Kibra. Kwa hakika jambo la ufadhili wa vyuo vikuu limezua hali ya eti na wasiwasi mwingi kwa baadhi ya wazazi, kwa sababu tukiangalia mfano wazazi ambao wanaishi katika mtaa wa mabanda wa Kibra, wengi wao hawajapata habari kamili. Hasa kwanza tukianzia hata mtaala wenyewe wa umilisi hawajaielewa zaidi. Kwa hivyo swala la ufadhili wa vyuo vikuu ilipoingia na tayari wakaona ya kwamba jopo kazi tayari limeleta mapendekezo, wengi waliduazwa. Kwa sababu hapa Kibra tunajua kwamba licha ya kwamba tuko na wale ambao ni walezi ambao si wazazi, wanaishi na wanafunzi wengi na watoto ambao ni mayatima, na wengi wao ni wale ambao wana nafasi nzuri sana ya kubobea katika mambo ya masomo na kujiendeleza. Lakini tunagundua ya kwamba ni mambo kile ambacho kinawapatia wasiwasi ni kwamba ni njia zipi ambazo zitatumika kujua mwanafunzi ama mtoto mwenye anapaa kufuata ufadhili kamili. Pengine kungekuwa na wangehusishwa, waulizwe maswali mawili matatu, wawe na need assessment, waingie katika nyumba zao ili waweze kutambua wenyewe ya kwamba huyu mtoto kwa hakika tukijaribu kulinganisha na kulinganua na yule mwingine anafaa pate, na anapewa kiasi gani. Lakini kule kutoa tu kwamba wamejitokeza kwamba ishasemekana kwamba wale watapata hivi pengine kwa kutumia vigezo ambavyo vipo tayari kwenye takwimu zilizotolewa hapa mbeleni, ambapo pengine vinaweza vikawa na mabadiliko kidogo. Wazazi wanasema ya kwamba kuwe na uwazi, na kwa kuleta maswali hayo moja kwa moja, pengine kuna idadi kubwa ya wanafunzi wasiojiweza, na hasa wale mayatima. Tunaongea kuhusu wale ambao pengine wazazi wao wameaga dunia kutokana na janga la ukimwi, na kuna wale ambao pia wako na wazazi mmoja, wale ambao wanapata shida zaidi, hata wale ambao pengine wametoroka nyumbani na wamekuja kuishi na jamaa zao hapa hivi. Kwa hivyo wazazi wengi bado wanasema kwamba hawajahusishwa, na hata wanafunzi wenyewe wale wanaojiunga na sekondari msingi, the choices, hawana ubali kamili kwamba watakapotoka katika grade ya 9 watakapojiunga na senior, hawana ukweli ya kwamba pengine iwapo watakuwa wanapata ufadhili wa kutosha pengine ama wasaidiwe na hizi shule, lakini watakapokuingia vyuo vikuu hawana uhakika ya kwamba iwapo masomo yao yataweza kuendelea jinsi wanavyohitaji.
Bila shaka sijui wanasemaje pale upande huo wa pili, Waweru.
Asante sana Hassan. Nimejiunga na mwenzangu hapo ambaye ananiambia yeye ni mfadhili ambaye mwalimu hapo ameweza kuongea juu yake. Kazi yake ni kukusanya wale wanafunzi ambao wanatembea mitaani, anawasaidia kufanikisha masomo yao. Lakini sasa wanatiwa eti na wazo jipya la kuweza kufanikisha mambo ya masomo. Karibu sana, uniambie ni jambo gani ambalo mnaona litakuwa nzito katika huu mfumo mpya, nyinyi ambao mko katika idara ya kuwafadhili wanafunzi ambao hawajiwezi, haswa wale ambao wanazurura mitaani?
Okay, asante sana. Kwa niaba ya kila mtu, mimi naitwa John, na manage Children's Home Springs of Life hapa Kibera, iko under Grace Mbithi. Jambo la kwanza nataka kuongelea about the law and the money that these guys are supposed to be paying after they're done with studies. As we know, the poor, vulnerable guys, it's not easy for them to get a job. Most of the guys who get jobs are those well-being, rich people. So after you're done with the schooling, hata kama ulipata D, you're going to get a job because maybe your father is is wealthy. But these guys from the street, that you pick them from the street, ni ngumu sana upate akona well wisher. So unapata their life before, it's a hectic, it's just terrible. Then he's finishing school, he wants to start a new life, a new beginning. Then boom, member deni ya 2 million. Imagine that. So I could maybe urge the government to try as much as they can, do the bursary for the vulnerable without them paying an extra cash at the end of the day after they're done with their studies. They give them bursaries or presidential bursaries. Then they give them a small amount of money for them to pay after they are done their study, because this is a street children, this is an orphan. Ajui ataanza wapi, imagine that. So the moment amemaliza shule anaona there's a light at the tunnel, anapatana na loan nyingine, alafu kuna hizi taxations zimekuja, alafu akishapata job tena zimeanza kuongezwa juu. Do you think we are helping them? We are just making their life worse and more worse. You know, it's not right. I think they should just consider.
Asante sana. Yeah. Labda kwa heshima upitishe kipaza sauti kwa mwenzangu. Huyu ni mwanafunzi. Labda ukiangalia mfuko wa mzazi wako, alafu uangalie mapendekezo ya malipo ya university ambao tuko nayo kwa sasa, mzazi anawezana na huu mzigo?
Thank you. To be sincere, sioni kama atawezana, because you see, previously the government used to give some amount, and then there was also things like help to give some amount. There were bursaries, but now this new criteria that they are starting, it will be very difficult for us. Yeah.
I'm sure you interact with some of your fellows and colleagues in school. What is their biggest fear with the new proposals?
Actually, you see, the life that we live in right now, finding a job is already difficult. So making learning again more difficult, it is becoming so hectic. So what I can say is that if they could make even the learning to be a bit easier, it will be better, because to be sincere, not many people will be able to pay it. And the moment education is for the rich and jobs are also for the rich, then how about the poor now?
Good. Yeah. Hassan, tulikuahidi ya kwamba tutakuwa hisia na masikio ya wale ambao tuko nao mashinani, na hizo ndizo hisia zao.
Na labda kuna mwanafunzi hapo mbele atueleze tu anafadhili vipi masomo yake ya sheria na anasomea wapi. Kwanza kabisa utaanza tu na majina yako yote mawili kisha utueleze.
Thank you very much. My name is Albert Ombongi. I'm a law student at Mount Kenya University, Parklands Law Campus. Allow me first to say this. In such times when the country is economically crippled, most comrades are struggling to put food on their table. Most comrades are struggling with depression for missing exams, and it is really devastating. When we talk about this categorization model, first allow me to say this. I've been listening to the experts from the government studio, but allow me to say this. even as we are engaging in this conversation, let us engage in this conversation and this debate in a sobriety manner, devoid of emotions and parochialism. Why am I saying this? As students, we understand the niches that we have seen in the issuance of the High Education Loans Board loans. We have cases whereby there are needy students who have been struggling, who have been missing out, who have been missing these loans, and we have students who are not needy students, but they have been benefiting and receiving high amounts of loans as compared to the needy cases. So even as we are moving to the categorization of these needy cases, there is still no clarity on the same, because we need to understand that which method really is going to differentiate between a vulnerable person, an extremely needy, a less needy, and a needy person. Let me finish by saying this. I had someone respond to an issue, there was in Gishu matter, and they said we need to make our education to be more attractive. And I want to pose a question. How can we make our education attractive? By making it more expensive. Thank you.
Naam, shukrani sana. Huyu ni mwanafunzi wa sheria kutoka chuo kikuu hapa nchini Kenya, na sasa nakurejesha katika studio ambapo nitampa Jael fursa hii ya kuendeleza shughuli nzima ya masomo.
Thank you, Mugambi. And right here I am with the comrades that are in the studio, and we've had several of your colleagues who've also spoken about the funding issue, and you've been categorized. Teddy, if we'll start off with you, where do you belong in this category of funding?
Jael, first I would like to join in solidarity our comrades who was in Gishu, that is. Justice delayed is justice denied, and we want to hope that justice will be served. Secondly, I don't know where I belong in this category, but what I have to make very
They've been
concrete.
put like the needy, very needy.
I don't know where to put myself in, because you know they have introduced something called the MTI. How will I now categorize myself with the MTI? This is something that not most of the students know or are familiar with. But then, let me say that these fees are overly exaggerated. And it means those students who are joining universities, it's like they are being punished for being born wise. We didn't choose to be born wise as comrades. We are here to access education. We want to change our future. And I have to state categorically that the comrades are not impressed. They are depressed. I will be blatantly lying that the students are happy. So, sooner or later, the government will have to set aside some money and funds to build more prisons, more rehabilitation and wellness centers, because that is where we are heading, sincerely speaking. Yeah.
Thank you. And Samuel, when I come to you, and also still on the funding model, and you know you're a continuing student, so the new model won't affect you much, but you have a say in it, comparing it with the funding model that you have right now as a continuing student.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jael. I would also like to join my students who are very sad all over the country. Students are sad, and I won't lie that students are happy. They are not happy about the funding model, not even the new one, but even the old model.
Should they maintain the old model?
Yeah, maybe they can improve. They can maintain it and they improve, because you find, for instance, our case, I'm in TVET, I'm in Kabete National Polytechnic, but you find that we were promised when we were joining that we will be funded with some cash, and 30% will come from the government. So that money, you find that after some years that you have schooled, maybe 2 years, when you are in your final year, for instance, in our school, we never received fourth quarter of capitation. And then the government, the Ministry of Education, sent a letter to us saying that due to budget constraint and financial issues, that we will not receive that fourth quarter. then you will need to go back to the parent, discuss with her or him, telling her that the government did not pay. So
where does the money come from? To finish up your learning and your education, and that's where maybe you can also bring you in.
Yeah.
You think the burden that your parents are facing to educate you, and also for the others that are coming in, where is this money going to come from?
Jael, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to share in the sentiments of Albert Obogi, who has said that probably most of the comrades in the country, they are suffering, and that is the truth, because some of them, they are even sleeping hungry. If you ask around, ask these leaders that I came with, they will tell you that even some of their comrades, they're asking for 100 bob for supper. So when we introduce other things, and you see what will happen with this model, Jael, is that the government, what it has done, it has transferred the burden now to the student. Remember that we have always been having problems with the capitation. The government has only been able to meet 55%. And now they are telling us that for you to be, they are not going to be funding the universities, so that burden can now be transferred to the student. If the government fails to remit that money to the student,
as
then
you say, there's been some failure.
Exactly. That means that burden is going directly to be billed in the account of the student. And Jael, trust me, it is so disheartening to hear that a 23-year-old student, a 23-year-old youth has a loan of up to 2 million. You can imagine, and you are just going out to start your business, and probably you are starting on to tarmac because you are just finished. Then, secondly, Jael, I feel that this new funding model has also opened a leeway to ensure that the institutions have now come in to institute a fee increment. I have talked to a number of my members before I came here. Most of them, probably, let me just quote, Catholic University, they were being charged 39,000. Right now, they have been given a new fee structure. It's up to 100,000. So you can actually see what they have done. They have given a leeway to the institutions to surcharge the students. Thirdly, I feel that the government should have an annex law or an annex clause whereby we will delay some of the implementation of some of these recommendations, because we can't be having, you have heard from all the stakeholders, there is nobody who is happy. So who are these recommendations made for? That is our question.
And that is the big question that we are winding up with the comrades over here. Who is going to be making those kind of payments? And now back to the other side of our studio to Lulu and Jeff.
Thanks so much, Jael. There's so many questions, Lulu, and so few answers. We're trying to get through it in the next few hours, huh?
Na mama, kwa hakika hata naona comrades pia kidogo hawaridhishwi na kile ambacho government studio pia wanazungumza na pia vile vile lile jopo kazi ambalo limeweza kutoa ripoti hii. Wengi wanasema kwamba hawakubaliani nayo. Yeah. Kama mmoja hapa ananiambia kwamba University of Nairobi walikuwa kilipa kima cha shilingi labda 2,247,000, lakini mwaka 2023 huenda wakalipa 6,012,000, that is 612,000.
Kama vile Rashid usema, sisemi kitu
mtazamaji, lakini kama tulivyokuarifu hapo awali ni kwamba wanahabari wetu wako katika kila pembe ya nchi wakifuatilia mjadala huu siku ya leo, na kwa hivi sasa moja kwa moja tunaenda kaunti ya Nakuru tukutane naye Marian Nyambura, ambapo hii leo amezungumza kuhusiana na mfumo mpya wa ufadhili na mfumo uliopita wa ufadhili. Mbali na hayo pia vile vile tutaenda hadi eneo la Kajiado ambapo tutakuwa na Robert Masai na pia vile vile Baringo Evans Kimayo. Hebu tupate Marian Nyambura kutoka Nakuru, anasema hivi.
Funding model still continues days and weeks before it is officially launched to the Kenyan universities. At the moment, I'll be speaking to a parent as well as an expert just to shed more light into this matter. And just right to get into it, I'll be speaking to John Boaz. John Boaz, perhaps you tell us, we know you have a student at the second year. So perhaps you maybe tell us, will this funding model help you as it officially starts in September?
Okay. And very much thank you for this discussion, which is more healthy. I want to say that for now I'm struggling with on how I'm paying my fee to my son, and also how the education is. For now, we can talk the burden that it is for me as a parent. The second thing is that I may not understand, and that is what now I'm on a crossroad of idea in a mind, that how with these people or the government know the needy person. Because if now I am struggling, what about the second term? It is a good, from the expert, we hear it is a good program. I want to believe so and have a feeling it will help me. But what is the method to help my kid? If that will be, I will be given, they will be shed that light, I will be very much okay. But I do support if it is positive with us. But I'm struggling for now. Let the government know. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll also be engaging Professor Kuria, who's an education expert, regarding the intrigues of this particular model. It's coming at a time when every parent, of course, has that concern on the criteria that will be used. What are some of the intrigues?
Yeah, thank you so much, Marianne. First is to thank the government because this model is really timely. It has come at a point whereby public universities were struggling with funding, lack of enough funds to learn their operations. We had had strikes from staff who did not receive their salaries or timely getting their adequate funding. And we know that this model is going to address that because the government or the model has given a leeway to the public universities to decide about their fees. They can adjust their fees according to the programs and how they want to adjust them to offer quality education to our people. And therefore, we see this model is going to solve the problem of funding to the universities. But however, those programs that will attract enough students are the ones that are going to drive. Those programs that are not going to attract many students, then they are going to die out. Maybe they need to be shelved by some of these public universities. Now, the challenges with this model is that I will not call it a challenge because it has come at a point whereby students are almost going to the university. September and now is a short period of time. There has not been adequate time for parents and students to internalize and understand this model. So appeal to the government and those concerned, kindly interpret, organize for public forums and public interactions so that parents and the students can really understand exactly what they need to do and what is their role and what is the role of the government. The model has categories of the needy, the vulnerable, the less needy. The government is going to take care of 100% of those who are vulnerable, but there are those that are not going to be, according to the category, may not receive full funding. Thank you very much.
There you have it. That is the whole discussion on the new funding model. Of course, the intrigues regarding this particular model, as much as it comes at a time when just barely 3 weeks before it's officially implemented. Back to you in studio.
Naam, shukran sana Lulu Hassan na Jeff. Bila shaka tunakupata vizuri sana kutoka hapa kaunti ya Kajiado ambapo leo tunaazamia swala nzima la elimu. Na hapa Kajiado kwa takriban miaka 5 kumekuwa na safari ya kubadilisha viwango vya elimu, ila viongozi na wadau mbalimbali wa elimu wamekuwa wakisisitiza haja ya kukaza kamba zaidi ili kuhakikisha kuwa Kajiado pia inajipata kwenye ramani ya kaunti ambazo zinafanya vizuri katika masomo. Na bila shaka hapa nitawahusisha wananchi kwenye mjadala wetu wa leo, niweze kusikia labda wanahisia zipi kuhusiana na viwango vya elimu na hali ya elimu kijumla katika kaunti ya Kajiado.
Wamepandisha school fees ya vyuo vikuu. Sasa hata kama tutashindwa kugharamia sekondari ni campus tutaweza. Hiyo hata si kwa nyemba nafasi ni kuwafukuza kabisa. Kwa sababu ukipandisha vyuo vikuu, karo ya vyuo vikuu, hakika umenyima wananchi wa chini, wale tulikuwa naita mahustlers, ambao walikuwa wanang'ang'ana, mtoto anaambiwa tia bidii ili kusudi uweze kufika campus.
Hii mambo ya elimu huku imekuwa na changamoto mingi, na sisi hatuoni usaidizi wote wa serikali. Hii serikali imekuja sijui ni kutunyanyasa ama ni kutufanyia nini. Kwa sababu serikali ingekuwa pale hapo like hizo miaka za hapo nyuma, kulikuwa na free education ambayo sisi wengine wetu tulibahatika siku hizi unamaliza form 4 unaacha shule kwa sababu huwezi, hauna nini ya kujoin campus kama umepita.
Tangu serikali ilipoingilia kati, wasichana wengi waliweza kumaliza shule ya msingi vyema, na hata wakati wa marehemu Magoha alipotutembelea alisaidia wasichana wengi wakaenda katika shule ya upili, hasa wale wa shule yetu wa kuweza kupata karo.
Asante sana. Hawa ni wananchi kutoka hapa Kajiado, na kama ulivyowasikia wanalalamikia swala la kupanda kwa gharama ya elimu. Wanasema kwamba walitarajia labda wanafunzi kutoka jamii maskini wangepata fursa ya elimu, labda wangebadilisha taswira pale nyumbani, lakini sasa kutokana na gharama ya juu ya elimu hususan katika vyuo vikuu, ni swala ambalo labda huenda likasababisha umaskini kuzidi kukolea katika familia zile za jamii maskini. Ndio maoni ya wananchi kutoka hapa Kajiado. Sina la ziada, narejesha kwako. Mimi naitwa Robert Masai.
Good evening. Well, I've been traversing various parts of the vast Gusii region to speak to parents and students, basically on the university model. And right now, I just want to engage some of the parents just to get to hear some of their concerns at this particular time. And right now, I'm joined by one of the parents from Kisii County. Karibu mami, hebu tuambie unaitwa nani, alafu wakati huu ambapo unatarajia kupeleka mtoto wako kujiunga na chuo kikuu, hali ikoje kwako?
Changamoto ambazo tunazopitia kama wazazi, barua zimetoka kama zimechelewa, tumepewa muda mchache wa kujiandaa kwa kwenda ili tupate school fees ya kupeleka watoto. Accommodation enyewe ni 36,500 per semester, alafu school fees per year ni 400,000.
Serikali iangalie ipatie watoto kitambulisho kama hajafika university, ndio at least hiyo pesa wasaidie, kwa sababu sasa maisha imekuwa ngumu. Mzazi anapeleka mtoto kwa university, akimaliza university system sio mzuri, mtoto anamaliza hapa anakuja kufanya kazi.
Nimeapply mpaka HEF, that is government funding, so siko sure kama itakuja. Isipokuja niko very sure wazazi wengi watoto wao hawataenda shule. Kama wataenda shule, kuna mwenye labda ataendea loan, mtoto aingie university. Afterwards, atakuja ashindwe, huyu mtoto asiende university, akae nyumbani.
Some of us who did the exams, we are forced to change our courses to meet our parents, because our parents can't meet the school fees, and because their pockets are actually stretched. And
niko tu na imani kijana ataweza join hapa kosi yake. Maybe kama kuna waelimisha mahali ama hii WhatsApp group, marafiki na relatives, I hope kijana atajiunga.
There you have it. Those are some of the concerns from parents and students alike from the Gusii region. They are currently pensively waiting to hear from the government officials on how they will wade through the situation amid biting economic times. From Gusii region, back to you in studio. My name is Crispin Otieno.
You know, Kristen, from Kisii to Kajiado to Nakuru, such genuine concerns, Lulu. It's all about the funding, the money. Where is it going to come from? Will the kids be able to go to university?
Wengi wanakicha elimu mtazamaji, lakini wanasema kwa yao imetoboka. Lakini moja kwa moja tunaelekea hadi kwa wataalam. Tunataka tu wataalam waweze kuhakikishia hawa wanafunzi walio na kiu cha elimu iwapo mambo yatakuwa sawa ama vipi, ili mradi tu wasiweze kukata tamaa. Kwa hivyo moja kwa moja tunaenda kwa Rashid Abdalla na Trevor Mbeje.
Well, thanks Lulu and Jeff. But let me bring in Professor Daniel Mugendi, who's a VC Embu University and also the chair for Public Universities Vice Chancellors. And you've heard from the people complaining that the issue here is that they cannot afford the school fees as has been reviewed. How do you justify increasing school fees at a time when everybody else is saying that they simply can't afford it?
Thank you very much. In fact, as I sit here, I'm very, very surprised that we are talking of fees having been increased. Indeed, we cannot be in a better time than now. There is no fees that has been increased. Indeed, if you look at the model that the government has proposed, it's a model that is really going to favor everyone. And what is surprising me is some of our students who are joining us, we have already released the letters to them. I don't think they are reading those letters because the letters are very clear on what they need to do. But however, what I want to say is that as the model has already been put forward to us, we have said that the vulnerables will get 86% scholarships from the government, 82% scholarship and 18% loan. And the households are going to pay 0. The extremely needy will get 70% scholarship, 30% loan, help loan, and the households will again pay 0. Now, the needy will get 53% scholarship, 40% loan, and the households will pay 7%. And then the rest needy, that 8%, 55%, 7%. Now, if you look at the contribution of households here, if you take from the cheapest program, which cost about 122,600, households will only be contributing 8,500 per year. That's only the fees that they will pay to the university. How cheap can it be? If you go for the highest, the most expensive program, which is medicine, the amount that the household will contribute for the whole year is only 42,800. So then, when we are talking of fees being increased, I don't know what we are talking about. Now, I want to say this. The old funding model, where we were paying 16,000, notwithstanding having been set that 4 years ago, with the time, universities also became innovative. We became innovative and we started introducing other things that we were calling statutory and deductions, statutory payment, fees here and there, computer, internet and things like those. So in total, when you look at what these students were paying, it was not 16,000 per year. And they know it. It's on average, it will be about 40, between 40 and 50,000. That's what they only pay. Yeah. So at every semester, then they are paying about 25,000. So when we look at the current model, indeed they are paying less.
Yeah, but Prof, this is where the problem is, because the students are saying you've released the letters plus the fee structure, but even the portal where they can know whether they're vulnerable or not has not been operationalized. So are you putting the cart before the horse?
No. I think what there is they have to get the letters first. Then the portal for help is open as we speak. Then they are supposed to go, and it is help that will determine which category they will fall into.
Which is not a guarantee for all the students, VC. This is where the problem is. Not all the students get the funding. Even if you are eligible to it, you might not get it. And that's why parents are complaining, like Akelo Misori was behind you there.
Please let me clarify this. Every student that has been placed in our university and will go through this and will be categorized within the 4 categories will get funding. Will get funding. And I think it's because, again, we are not taking time to understand really this model and what the government is saying. I want to confirm again, as the Vice Chancellor of University of Embu and as the Vice Chairman of the Vice Chancellors of all public universities, that every student who will be categorized into the 4 categories will receive the funds as outlined. And therefore, if you look at the funding then that's coming from individual students, indeed that has gone down. That has declined. So we need to be talking of fees having gone down, not going up. Obviously, we can then think of the loan burden that they will carry when they finish. I think if we talk that way, then there is a point. But all of you, many of you have gone even to developed economies. Many of you have gone to Europe. You have gone to America to study there. Even those developed economies, students there have to take education loans to be able to access university education. So it's not in Kenya alone that is different. If we want quality education, then somebody must be willing to pay for it.
Okay. Sasa labda pindi kabla tuelekee kwa Yvonne, kuna swali moja Profesa Njenga Munene ambaye unawakilisha chuo cha Shazete ndaweza kuuliza ni kwamba amesema kwamba viko vitengo 4 ambavyo watakuwa wanafadhiliwa. Lakini je, hapo wazazi na wale ambao wamesoma vilikuwa wanauliza imekuwa ni vigumu kuweza kujua huyu anauhitaji sana, huyu anauhitaji sana, na wakati mwingine hata wale ambao wana uwezo wa kulipa wanakuwa wanasomeshwa na wale ambao wana uwezo wa kulipa hawapati ufadhili.
On behalf of the University Funding Fund, Funding Board, but I know that the MTI has been used effectively for a long time. It can qualify people who may succeed or not succeed. But let me talk about what we think as private universities. We think that Kenyans need to do 2 things. First and foremost, establish exactly what in the long run will be the loan burden of the student when they graduate. Because when you get a big loan, you graduate, then for the next 5 years, you are trying to find your level. And also, do a physical comparison of every institution, because the beauty is that KUPS did something very, very nice, and it was a wonderful idea, that all the fees that are paid in every university in this country is in the KUPS website. And nobody can tell you what my colleague, Professor Mugendi, the VC of Embu, is asking for, what ZTech is asking for. It's clear in everybody for all universities. So the issue is that every parent need to take a pen together with their students and calculate exactly in the long run what will be their own burden and what is the amount of money that they are going to pay.
Okay.
That way, you then determine which is the university of choice.
All right.
That is very, very critical.
Let's hear from government where Yvonne and Lincoln are standing by. Then we'll come back and continue this discussion. Yvonne?
That's right. Thank you very much for that. Now, we've spent a good amount of time understanding the issues from the various studios that we have. And let me just get right quick into this with you, Mr. Monari. The issue of public participation has been raised by several there. Some saying the parents were not asked about this categorization, of the 4 categories: who's extremely needy, who is needy, who are the vulnerable. Some have even pointed out that Nyumba Kumi would have been used and that you're already using data that is, at that point. And so this is then back to the question, how did you determine who falls in what category? Was that process adequately, did it involve the stakeholders? And also there was another question regarding this categories. What happens to those who have changing circumstances and changing fortunes? Is this something you review every year? People have jobs today, they get retrenched tomorrow. Or people who are perhaps, in a lower cadre, then fortunes change for the better and perhaps they don't need as much funding. So maybe you could speak to the issue of public participation and how you really came to determine who falls in what category.
Thank you very much. Before developing this model, the Presidential Working Party went across 47 counties. They asked for views of all Kenyans so that they could be able to develop this model. So this model went through public participation, where the Presidential Working Party went across the country, and our parents, students, all of them gave their views. They may not have given views in terms of directly saying, put these 4 categories, but that is the work of experts. You now decipher what you are given, and then you put it in place so that it can be able to assist you deliver what you expected to deliver. Number 2, I want to clarify that if a student or circumstances change for any student, there is an appeal process even before the year ends, where the scholarship and loan will be reviewed so that a student who is in the wrong category will be reviewed so that they can be able to get the amount they are expected to get in the right category. The other issue that I want to bring out, there is money that is already available. It was alluded to, but I want to confirm in the budget for this year, health funding was increased to 30 billion. This is unprecedented before. The scholarship amount that is allocated only for the first years is 15.9 billion Kenya shillings as we speak today. So no Kenyan should worry that there are no funds. We simulated, and we have not categorized anyone in any of these 4 groups. I want to clarify that. We shall categorize these students upon receiving the applications through the www.hef.co.ke. Once we receive the applications, we shall assess. And in the application, if you have gone through, you will find that we have asked questions. What is the family background? We have asked whether you are coming from a marginalized area. Are you a PWD? Are you an orphan? Some of these things are the ones that will help us. What is the size of your family? What is the marital status of your parents? That will be able to assist us. Family expenditure on education will also be able to assist us. all these factors will also be taken through validators to see whether the information you have given is correct. And that some of those validators could be, for example, if I went to NHIF and I looked at your family income and you are paying 1,700 per month, it means you are at a certain income bracket.
Okay.
If we go to KRA and we look at your returns, then we'll know that you are in a certain income bracket. So those are some of the validators we are looking at. So we have not categorized anyone in any category until we receive the application forms.
All right, asking about that application, is that portal open yet? Because that is also a challenge from some who are even asking us on social media about whether this portal is open and is functional. Therefore, do you have adequate time to go through this entire validation process from those people who are applying, considering universities should start opening from September? This is the 9th of August. That's about 3 weeks. What happens to families in the meantime? Because you see, they don't know which category they will fall in. So how much do they start to actually put together for fees, because, they won't know whether they're an extremely needy or how much they will have to make as contributions from, their personal coffers. So that portal is not yet functional. People are not putting their applications in yet.
Just to clarify, the portal was opened and launched by the CS, Ministry of Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, last week. Many Kenyans dived into the portal, so we faced a few challenges at the beginning. As at this morning, we had already received 2,083 applications that have gone through. Students are still getting their admission letters. So this process, and for them to attach admission letters, get photos, will take some time. We have given a deadline of 28th, but I can assure each Kenyan today that we will ensure that all the students who have been placed by COOPS, that is, and who applied, that is about 140,000, will not be left out.
Okay, but considering this, because the applications was to happen from the 3rd to the 27th of August, that's quite little time for, families to decide at some point how much they are going to have to raise. I mean, you say they will all be catered to, but if, the curriculum officially begins for universities in September, what are parents to do in the meantime? Like, do you raise 100,000? Do you go sell that cow today? Do you wait, for that application process? I mean, and so there's that question about why this was given such a short window of time.
I think we need to look at the genesis of why we are here. Is because the processes that were there before took some time for us to reach here. We were receiving views across the country before this report was delivered. Then we had to open this portal through COOPS for them to apply for placement. After that, then immediately, the same day, COOPS released placement. We didn't even waste any time. We were able to release and launch the application portal. We will assure Kenyans, and I want to reassure them again, we will not leave anyone out. What we need to do, and for us to be able to plan, is to look at the program that we are undertaking, because the fees has already been declared there. For planning purposes, you look at the worst case scenario. If you are admitted for a BA program, for example, the amount of money you'll be looking for is 8,500. Plan for that around there. But if you are vulnerable, you will not pay any of that money. So you can be able to postpone. But what we can assure, and we are working with universities, immediately the application comes in, universities have got an institutional portal where they will download the list of students who are from their who have applied from the institutions, and they'll be able to see how much scholarship will be awarded and how much loan. So the student can walk into the university and be admitted based on the institutional portal. And the student will also download a letter from the portal, which they will support when they report to the university.
All right. On that note, because we've got to take a commercial break, remember we are running across the various stations and the Royal Media Stable. But I want to assure, you who are here, there are many questions to be answered from our government panel here, many that have been raised. And so we will be right back. We're taking a short break, right back with more answers from the government panel. So keep those coming. Lincoln and I will be right back.
Ushindi cleans like no other. It lathers more and lasts long. Ushindi, a long-lasting bar that removes all stains easily.
Warembo, ni nini muhimu kwenu mnaponunua body lotion?
Smoothness, scent, glow.
Nunua Nice and Lovely body lotion. Transform dry skin kuwa deeply nourished na smoothed. Na fragrance nayo. Wacha tu.
Now available in the 850 ml pack.
Chagua Kenya's #1 body lotion.
Introducing the new and tasty Sangare yogurt. Comes in strawberry, vanilla, and all natural. With a taste that makes you go, Made from Sangare Farm fresh milk to give you that creamy goodness, rich in nutrients, full of energy, vitality, and irresistible sweetness. Perfect for your breakfast mix or a snacky fix. That will leave you feeling good. Experience more goodness with Sangare today. At Sangare, we craft a wide range of natural, wholesome products from milk, yogurt, cheese, and honey so we can deliver freshness and quality. More Sangare, more goodness.
World-class IVF treatment awaits you at Fertility Point. Our procedures have over 60% success rates with over 3,000 successful pregnancies. Enjoy our 10% cash discount offer. Call us on 0792 111 222 or send an email to enquiry@fertilitypoint.co.ke.
Hi mom, kuna ugali beef leo? Chapo 2 na kuku hapo madhe.
Nyinyi, mnadhanini kibanda ya madhe?
But mom, you can open your own restaurant. Your food is tamu. Too tamu. 210 tamu.
Hata mimi kama ile kawaida madhe.
Unangoja nini? Pika ki 5 star na unga wa 210.
This is the best serum I've ever used.
9 out of 10 agree Garnier Even and Matte Vitamin C Serum is the best they've used. Our highest concentration of derm actives.
Made my skin tone more even. Brightens up my skin with an instant glow.
Bye-bye, dark marks. Even and Matte Vitamin C Serum. 9 out of 10 agree it's the best serum they've used by Garnier, naturally.
Many housing programs conduct information sessions or workshops to educate potential applicants about the process.
Kila mtu sasa anaweza kuwa homeowner na Boma Yangu. Jisajili kupitia *832# ama uingie www.bomayangu.go.ke. Boma Yangu is a government affordable housing program.
And do you have any question for us?
How juicy.
Juicy. Niko fiti maze niko fiti majamana mabenti wako fiti juicy.
Experience Swiss-based education in the heart of Nairobi. With practical, hands-on skills, we prepare you for the dynamic world of culinary arts and patisserie or international hospitality management. Travel the world and gain global work experience through our international placement network as you shape your career as the next global future leader in hospitality. Welcome to the Boma International Hospitality College. August and September intake ongoing.
The most trusted toothpaste for kids.
So, most kids use this toothpaste, right?
Right.
Then, why do 7 out of 10 kids have cavities, sir? Because whatever this toothpaste has for cavity protection, isn't enough. Double Herbal contains clove. My mother says it contains eugenol, which is 100% effective in cavity protection. Look, no cavity. Where there's clove, there's no cavity.
Welcome
Welcome to the enchanting Viwandani Phase 4 in Nakuru City, located just 1.2 kilometers from Simba Cement Factory. Enjoy nature with mature trees on your 50 by 100 plot located in this gated community with access to amenities like water and electricity. And just for 649,000 Kenya shillings, you can own your dream plot. Call us now on 0707 666 000 or text plot to 21404. Hyssop Properties, a culture of trust.
Ni vizuri tukishirikiana tukiwa kitu kimoja. Sio siri, umoja wetu ndio msingi wa kunawiri. Hakuna kutengana. Pamoja twajengana. Kujijenga kimaisha na kibiashara. Hiyo ndio ishara kwa hii barabara ya maendeleo. Basi kama una kikundi au chama, pamoja juhudi zetu zitatusaidia kupitia Equity Bank Pamoja Group Loan.
Kama wewe ni mwanachama wa kikundi au chama, unaweza pata mkopo wa kujijenga na Pamoja Group Loan kutoka Equity Bank. Tembelea tawi la Equity upate maelezo zaidi. Equity, karibu memba.
It's 5 a.m. Oh, utaki mzee alale.
Dad, niko na 210 GB ya data. Let me finish this game.
Stream, play, browse more on fiber below wire. Can be used on your smartphone, Wi-Fi or router. Choose either 210 GB per month or 450 GB per month. Pata fiber below wire at an agent near you or go to jtl.co.ke/Pata Fiber.
Get all your digitized motor insurance services in the Bima Yangu app. With the Bima Yangu app, you can report your motor insurance claim. The app will immediately notify your insurer of the claim, and you will be able to track the progress of your report. You will be able to geolocate the accident scene, take and upload pictures and videos, and also upload documents such as driver's license and police abstract. You will also be able to reach ambulance and towing services near you. You can use the Bima Yangu app to verify your motor insurance certificate. Simply scan the QR code on the motor certificate and enter the vehicle registration number. The insurance status will either be genuine, expired, invalid, or upcoming. No smartphone? Simply dial *352# and select the service you need and follow the prompts. Bima Yangu, brought to you by Association of Kenya Insurers.
When you desire success more than you fear failure, the only thing you need then is passion and enthusiasm in pursuit of success. And suddenly you see your conviction rises, your ability to see a way out of the challenge develops, because success is the other side of challenges.
Karibu kwenye The Big Conversation, ikiwa ni mjadala mkuu chini ya mwamvuli ya vituo vyote mtazamaji vya Royal Media Services.
That's right, coming to you from Citizen TV, Inoro TV, Ramogi TV, Citizen Radio, Hot 96. We're coming to you from all sides, folks. And it's a great conversation we're having, and we will continue this conversation. But first, here are our top stories. Suspects behind the Uasin Gishu scholarship scam will face prosecution within weeks. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission says it was finalizing investigations into the scam and will soon arrest those involved in defrauding parents of millions of shillings. Now, the EACC's remarks were in response to questions raised by affected people who marched to their offices in Eldoret. Take a look.
Parents, students and community members turned the otherwise quiet streets of Eldoret town into an avenue for letting out their frustrations over what has for over half a year brought them pain, suffering and tears. This is part of the group of parents and students who have had their dreams of acquiring higher education abroad indefinitely halted. They accuse the county government of Uasin Gishu of participating in defrauding them funds that were meant to secure their studies in Finland and Canada. The affected persons are now asking the EACC to give them the answers they seek.
EACC, hii kesi imeletwa kila siku tukienda mkutano county wanatuambia kesi iko under review na EACC. Mumefanya nini? Hatutaki story.
EACC has earlier stated that it is investigating how 837.9 million shillings of students' money was spent in the Finland and Canada airlift program spearheaded by the Uasin Gishu County. Parents and students say the EACC is dragging its feet while their lives continue to stagnate and the fate of their resources remain unknown.
EACC mumelala kwa kazi. You find the same investigation naendelea na bado Mandago, bado Chelilim anaenda kwa mkutano kuambia wazazi hakuna penye hiyo vitu naenda.
The EACC says the investigations have been complex but promised that the end of the probe is in sight.
What I'm commenting is not a process of investigation. I've not given you any details of the findings. I'm only saying yes, confirming to the public that we have a complaint such as the one you are crying about, and with that complaint, what is the commission doing according to its mandate? So stop speaking about it is not a problem. We are not going to speak on. I've not told you who is to be taken to court. I've not told you what amount of money. I've not told you the details of an investigation. But I've said we are handling that matter. I don't think that is out of order.
The investigating agency says it has given the investigations top priority given the public interest that it has generated. The students have vowed to continue their demonstrations until their refunds are effected and those found culpable of misappropriating their funds face the law. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
In other news, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza bipartisan talks have kicked off at the Bomas of Kenya, with both teams calling for a sober engagement that will provide solutions to problems facing the country. Co-chairs Kalonzo Musyoka and Kimani Ichung'wah announced the first day of engagement yielded a working plan. Now, the next meeting is scheduled to resume on Monday. We get more from our very own Stephen Leto.
Both the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio teams are selected to steer the dialogue between the two coalitions, trooped to the Bomas of Kenya for their inaugural meeting. Top on their agenda was to lay down the ground rules on how the talks will be conducted.
We have agreed that we will begin the dialogue process once we frame the agenda items, and I think we should be ready with that by Monday. As agreed, we will have the secretariat that will be supported by Parliament.
This first meeting has been cordial. This first meeting has been important. And we have agreed on the way forward, namely that we've agreed to set up, there will be two technical teams on both sides.
The two teams further agreed to hold the talks in good faith and approach the table with clean hands.
We've been sent here by the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to come and sit with our brothers to find a solution to the issues that are being brought on the table.
As a coalition, we are committed to the search for justice, for unity, for peace and prosperity for our country, in accordance with the ethos, the values, the principles and provisions of our Constitution.
Azimio Principal Kalonzo Musyoka, leading the opposition faction, told the dialogue team that they will not be discussing any form of power sharing with Kenya Kwanza.
We shall not negotiate, and this is important for us, for any form of power sharing with the Kenya Kwanza alliance or put any personal interest ahead of the interests of our people.
We, together as leaders from both sides, have agreed that we don't have the luxury of failing. We cannot afford to fail in this process. And as much as I appreciate, we have heavy issues before us.
The talks resume Monday. Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
And finally, all state and public officers will receive between 7 and 10% pay hike. Salaries and Remuneration Commission Chair Lynn Mengich says the new salary structure, which has been approved by the National Treasury, will be backdated to July. President William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua will, however, not benefit from the review. We get more from our very own Chemtai Goin.
You can see everybody.
State officers and public officers have a reason to smile after the Salary Review Commission announced that the National Treasury had raised the 21.7 billion shillings required to effect salary review upwards.
The average increase is 7 to 10% over a 2-year period, inclusive of the existing notch increase, which averages 3% annually.
But for the head of state and his deputy, their salaries will be retained. The president at 1.44 million shillings per month and his deputy at 1.22 million shillings. Cabinet secretaries will have their salaries increased by about 3.5% to 957,000 shillings from 924,000 shillings.
The increase maintains the trajectory towards achieving the wage bill to revenue ratio of 35%.
But with the salary increase, the state and public officers will be losing out on some allowances, which the Commission says was double payment.
Payment of sitting allowance for institutional internal committees, in addition to the basic salary, amounts to double compensation and consequently ceases to be payable.
Persons serving in task forces within institutions will also not receive allowances. National Treasury Cabinet Secretary Professor Njuguna Ndung'u exuded confidence that the country's economic recovery path was well on course and that inflation rate as of July was at 7.3%, a figure he says they want to sustain since it is within a manageable margin.
When you have a robust and performing economy, then it means that you have no problems in terms of trying to adjust wages and payment systems to realign the reward structure. For me, I like calling it the reward structure. To align that reward structure with economic realities. But if you fail to understand economic realities, then you cannot realign it.
We closed the financial year, fiscal year 2022-23, on a very positive note, having collected and disbursed a total of 3.24 trillion shillings out of the revised estimate of 3.62 trillion. So that's an overall performance of 90%.
The National Treasury also put up a defense for the Finance Act, saying there is no way the country can raise money for development except through taxation. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV.
Okay, now the big conversation continues, and in the North Rift city of Eldoret, a massive scandal has been in the offing. You've been seeing that all evening long right here. Now, for the last few days, Kenyans have been treated to shocking revelations of an airlift, or is it a scholarship that never was?
Naam, tumekuwa tukikuonyesha taswira ya kushangaza kutoka mjini Eldoret, mtazamaji, ambapo familia nyingi zinalalamikia kuhadaiwa na wakuu wa serikali ya kaunti walioahidi nafasi za masomo ya nje. Mvutano huo unaendelea kwa sasa, mtazamaji. Tunaelekea moja kwa moja hadi kwa John Wanyama kutoka kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Nakumbuka hapo awali tulikuwa naye, lakini kulikuwa na mushkili wa sauti, lakini kwa hivi sasa anatuambia mambo yako bambam. Kwako John Wanyama.
Naam, Lulu na Jeff, wageni wangu bado wako hapa, wamesalia, tuko ange hapa kuwapasha, lakini tuzungumze nao moja kwa moja. Leo umefika hapa, ulikuwa unatarajia kwenda Finland, ulikuwa umemaliza chuo kikuu Kabarak, nini kilikuwa kinakupeleka?
Nilikuwa nimeenda, was trying to search for a better life, opportunities that are found there and may not be found here. Yes.
And what is it that they told you people so that you went home, sold your land to come and pay?
We were told that, number one, it would be easier for us to go to Canada and Finland if we used the county. We would not be asked for bank statements. They would provide for us a cover, a blanket that would be, they would be like a mother to us. So that is why we trusted the government, the county government of Uasin Gishu, and hurried. In fact, they told us, hurry up, we are giving you 2 weeks, go and organize your affairs, your financial affairs, and bring us the money. So that is what they told us, and we trusted them, and we gave them our money. But then when it reached time for accountability, they decided that they are now not going to be involved with this program.
Okay. Now, my brother, when you were paying your money and when you went to bank, you told that give us your ATM card. Briefly, tell us, what about it? ATM card is mainly a very secure thing for yourself.
Actually, the reason that they were collecting the photocopy of the ID card, or what can we say, that is the card, the ATM card for the bank. It was a reason that they acted as the guarantors. The county government of Uasin Gishu told us that they will be acting as guarantors to provide for us the bank statements, and as it was a direct guarantee for visas of the students of Uasin Gishu. But we knew later that they wanted now to take the money of many students who had enrolled in this program, and they joined together and used that money for bank statements of maybe the first 20 students. And that's why they wanted these ATM cards, so that they can conjoin personal accounts and withdraw that money from personal accounts and use it for bank statements of other students.
Kwa mara ya kwanza umejiona mjinga kwa mara ya kwanza kwa maisha?
Actually ndio, because it's very unfortunate for someone like me. Now I'm really thinking, well, by that time it was something that I had believed. I had given a full trust to the county government and the official running this program, that they will make sure that my ATM card is very safe and is being controlled in terms of ensuring that I acquire visa with that kind of operation. But it's very unfortunate because we are now learning that how fools were we.
Just to make it clear, were they withdrawing your money from your personal account?
Yes, of course, and we have in fact students now who are complaining. Parents are crying because they are sending some of their students to go and check their bank accounts, personal bank accounts, and they are finding nothing in those accounts. Yet they are not the people who operated their personal accounts.
Yes, hold there. Janet, yes. You are a first-class honor student from Masinde Muliro University. What was pushing you? Why didn't you interrogate further about this program?
What was pushing me is I was searching for my career. My target was to be a very powerful research scientist in this world. I wanted to go to Canada because I know it is a first world country where they have sophisticated machines, where you can work in the field of biotechnology in a very smart manner to assist my country, Kenya. But now they are failing my dreams. They are killing the dreams I had. They are really killing the dreams I had by taking the money of what the parents paid and taking our lives for granted. You can just imagine graduating, struggling for 4 years in university with all the problems we passed through the university, targeting for our dreams. But now it is the leaders who are shutting down the dreams we had for our future. It's so unfortunate to the leaders in Uasin Gishu County.
Okay, just hold it. We are sorry about that. Mercy, we have really seen you in media talking passionately about this issue. After you graduated from Kabarak University, what are you seeing now? Do you want your money back, or you want, if the opportunity still come, do you want to go?
Kwanza umeuliza Cheboson whether anajiona mjinga. Imebidi nicheke kwa sababu I cannot believe that they would call us to a meeting and tell us, switch off your phones, put your phones in this basket, and then let us tell you about this program. And we did that. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Now, in the case of Free Fund, I just want my money back. Mine and other 126 students. We want our money back. They have sold to us hope. We are like men trying to catch on straws, and we are drowning. So we don't want that. We just want our money back. And I would like to address the President of Kenya, His Excellency William Arap Samoei Ruto. Please compel them to return our money. Through your offices, look into this matter. Look at their accounts. Hold them accountable. Tell them to give us our money. We did not steal that money. We did not acquire that money through corruption. You can actually have evidences of people who sold their parcels of land, people who sold their homes. You can imagine you have grown up in a piece of land, it has your home built on, and then your mom decides, because I want my daughter or my son to go and get a better life, let me sell this piece of land. And then when they go, they are going to help us to acquire some more pieces of land. We did not steal this money. Some parents secured loans. Some of us asked for harambes. Please, please, Mr. President, do not be silent. Compel them to return our money. Okay. Yes.
Benjamin, you were fourth year before you started this journey of going to Finland. Yes. Did you defy your course? Now you are working in a club. Are you a barman, or what are you doing?
Personally, I deferred when I was almost at the age of my studies in university. And I deferred about 2 semesters later. I found that this program I was really in Finland, by the way, in terms of mentally, because those leaders were telling us, you relax, things are going to work. But they bought our patience with a lot of lies. And now I'm working in a club as a supervisor. And it is a life that has degraded my level of the tech that I had made in life. Personally, I'm an author of a book called Freedom, the Future of Comfortability. I had to upgrade my brand. I had to make this book go to the community. I had to make this book reach to the people who I wanted this book to reach to. Mostly, I got a media house that had enjoined me with some of the programs about youth. And this program was more important in my life because it was compelling me and pushing me to achieve the greatness of what I was meant to do. But when I found this program of Wasingishu, or that I'm going to Finland to study a degree in nursing, it is something that I thought wise to bring to the community the resource. We know that Europe, in a scale of 0 to 10, they have 9.5 resource of the healthcare system there. How fair was it, and it's good for our community? We bring resources and mental and good brains from there, so that our communities can acquire good health. And as I can tell you now, Wanyama, what the lives that we are living now is just surrounding the level of sustenance. You can imagine the salary from a club cannot even have maybe a good thing to the tables of my parents. Yeah. For now, the ability that they were seeing me, that I can channel something to them, they are not seeing that. Actually, they are experiencing stresses, pressures, because they sold the assets, they offset their assets. Especially, we sold our land for my sake. We asked the community, and I want to thank our community from Chemalal, because they came together as a group and saw a boy who had an ability, and they thought wise that let's send this guy to Finland to bring goodness from there. But so unfortunate that the Wasingishu government has killed the dreams of many community members in our home there, and it's so unfortunate for us.
Okay, thank you. Janet, just as we conclude, you are selling samosas back at home. What is your message to your leaders as you close this?
The activity I'm doing at home is selling samosas, and number 2, I do soloing songs in Mawelti traditional dancers, which are in YouTube. So I am telling our leaders, kindly refund back our money. Imagine a graduate now going to sherees, entertaining people with my own degree under the bed. Our leaders, come to our rescue. You are killing us. Killing our dreams is killing our lives. Come to our rescue.
Thank you. Benjamin, you are parting shot.
Yep. What I want to tell the county government of Uasin Gishu, and among many other leaders in Uasin Gishu, that is the members of parliament, the women representatives, you have heard these stories because it has expounded more. You have heard the cries of parents because you have parents who are lying in hospitals. We have students who are not going back home, especially most of us. We don't have a lack of now talking to our communities because when they gave us money, they're asking us, why are you not in Finland? We want to tell them, come out clearly, help us students because we are suffering. We are undergoing a lot of pressures. We have a lot of depression issues that we are handling. How can we manage our mental health issues with the same form of desperacy that we are experiencing in this county? We want to ask leaders, come out. This is your homeland. This is your children. This is your parents. This is your uncles. And these are your family. At the end of it, you'll come back home and you'll want them to help you. Kindly come to our help, come to our rescue, especially for our President, Honorable William Samoei Ruto. This is our home backyard. Help us arrange these leaders because they are next not to be in a keen of leading this community to the right place, and they are killing the future of the young generation that are going to be leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mercy. As you conclude, we saw you also addressing leaders face to face. What is your parting shot tonight?
I want to talk to the youths. Do not be silent. Your time is now. We cannot say you are leaders of tomorrow and while you are watching your country burning. Speak out, speak your truth to power. They will listen. To the county government of Uasin Gishu, return our money, refund our money. Please, we are urging you to be accountable. And lastly, I had spoken about having maybe depression and thinking about suicide. Right now, I am hopeful for a better tomorrow. I will not die, but I will live to see another day. So please protect me at all costs. Do not come after my life or after my loved ones. I am not afraid. It is not a rally of me shying away, but it is a rally of telling you that I am a leader today and I will live to establish youth in this country and to create a better country, Kenya. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lulu and Jeff. As you have heard from these three students, a sad affair, really indeed. And they are saying whatever they only want from their leaders, they just want their refund. They want their money so that they can start this life and they can move on and do something that can better their lives tomorrow because their future starts now. It's a thorny and a hot potato issue in Uasin Gishu County where parents and students are asking themselves, hard question, what happened, who took their money, and why did they do this to those people who elected them and trusted them? Back to you, studio.
Naam, shukran sana John Wanyamama. Kwa hakika ni taswira ya kusikitisha, na rais mahali popote yupo natumai kwamba anatutizama kwa hivi sasa. Vijana hao wako chini ya miguu yako wakitaka usaidizi, lakini kuna jambo Jeff kijana amezungumzia. Amesema kwamba they bought our patience with a lot of lies. Hiyo ni kitu ambacho kilimuingia ndani ya roho sana. Kwa hivyo ni watu ambao walikuwa wanawaamini.
And they trusted them.
Yeah.
They had their trust.
100%.
And you know, just in case you didn't see that clip, that young lady in the middle there, Mercy Tarus, confronted the Uasin Gishu leadership in a town hall. And if you missed it, take a look, listen what she had to say.
Twitter meeting, sisi na wazazi. Your daughter, probably she's earning her euros in the UK right now. Of course, mtu akienda majuu lazima endeshe gari, that will go without saying. So, I am going to tell you the truth. You are very mean with the truth. You keep lying, you smile at us with a very smooth tongue and very soft face that looks like it is very innocent, but you keep on lying and lying.
In fact, today I'll be more depressed because of the stories we have been having. These have been stories. We know the program from the beginning. We knew we have to pay the amount. Our parents worked hard. They paid. And now, tunashungushana. Seriously. Personally, I was in some media stations. I called them goons, or I called them like your people or the people of a governor.
You know, Lulu, it's good to see at least they're confronting their leaders. Hopefully they'll get some answers.
Wamejitoa kimasomaso wakisha kwamba wanapata haki, lakini hao ni just a fraction ya wale wanafunzi ambao wanateseka, lakini na imani kuna wengine wengi ambao wameteseka. Lakini swala kuu ambapo wengi wanajiuliza, hasa tukiuliza serikali, inakuwaje kwamba wengi labda wanataka kwenda nchi za nje kwenda kumaliza masomo yao? Kwani shida iko wapi humu nchini?
That's right. Yvonne and Lincoln, over to you in the government studios.
Thank you very much for that. And just a reminder to all our viewers on the big conversation tonight that we are focusing on two big topics in the field of education, and that is the funding, particularly of higher education. We will also be getting to CBC, that's basic education, in just a moment as well. And before we get into, just answering some of the questions that have been raised to our panel here from government, just to let you know of a slight guest change here on our side for just a moment. Dr. Elias Abdi, who's a Director General in the Ministry of Education, he is still with us because we'll be talking about basic education in a moment. But just for the purposes of answering the questions regarding university funding, he is now replaced by Charles Ringera, who's the CEO of the Higher Education Loans Board. And that is why, Lincoln, we have some, great follow-up questions that I'm sure they're waiting to answer.
Na bila shaka maswali ni mengi sana ambayo yameibuka kutoka kwa wadau tofauti ambao tumezungumza nao. Tumezungumza na wananchi wenyewe, tumezungumza na wataalamu wa masuala ya elimu na wengine ambao wametoa hoja tofauti, na nafikiri ni vizuri kwanza tusikie hoja zake Charles Ringera ambaye anasimamia HELB, kwa kusikiliza baadhi ya yale ambayo yamejitokeza kutoka kule Nakuru kwenda Uasin Gishu. Unapata kwamba wengi wa Kenya wanaamini kwamba elimu ni ya watu walio na pesa zaidi. Tuna muda wa siku 19 bwana Ringera kabla ya wanafunzi waingia katika vyuo vikuu. HELB imejipanga vipi kuweza kuwasaidia wale ambao wanateta kwamba hawana uwezo kuendeleza masomo yao? Wahisi mna muda wa kutosha kuweza kushughulikia maombi yote ambayo yatatolewa kwenu?
Asante Lincoln. Kwanza wacha nianze kusema ya kwamba shirika la mkopo la bodi ya HELB tumejizatiti vilivyo kuweka mikakati ambayo wale wanaomba ile maombi wataweza kufanya application ile, na vile tutaweza kuiprocess na zile siku zimebaki. Nikitoka kwa meza yangu leo, jioni ya leo, already nimeona 4,000 washaomba maombi yao. Wale wanataka scholarship, wale wanataka loan, na wale wanataka pia bursaries. Kwa hivyo muda sio shinda, sababu hii ni teknolojia ambayo ina process, na ile teknolojia validation ile tunafanya kulingana tukitumia ile inaitwa artificial intelligence. Kwa hivyo muda ule tuko nayo ni muda mwafaka kabisa wa kuweza sisi tuweze kuprocess hizo application forms zile zote tunangojea, ambayo ni 100,000 na 140,000. Hizo ndio zile tunangoja siweze kutufikia sisi kutoka university. Pande ya TVET tunangojea 1,125 hivi, na tunajua sio watu wote wataweza kuomba. Pande ile ambayo ungesema kungekuwa na changamoto ni pande ya fedha, na nataka kuhakikishia nchi ya kwamba serikali imejipanga vilivyo. Pesa iko tayari, maombi kishaomba, na tukijua mtoto wako kategori hii ama ile kategori nyingine anapata kiasi gani ya mkopo na kiasi gani ya scholarship, hiyo itaweza kuachiliwa kwa university ile wiki ya kwanza ambayo watoto wanaingia university, ambayo ni wiki ya kwanza ya mwezi wa 9.
Lakini bwana Ringera, kile ambacho tumekipata tukio katika break ni kwamba wengi wa wale ambao wamejaribu kuingia kwenye poto hata sasa hivi wanasema wameshindwa kupata ile access kuingia katika hii poto.
Na kutoka Jumatatu ambayo ndio siku ya kwanza kabisa ile tulianza kuprocess na hali ya juu, sababu bado walikuwa wanataka zile admission letters kutoka mashule. Tumeona throughput ambayo ni mzuri. Kama venye nimekuambia saa hii nimeona 4,000 zishaingia ndani. Kama tutaweza kufanya na 4,000 kwa kila siku, hiyo ni namba ambayo by 31st tutakuwa tumepata hiyo namba.
Bwana Home, umesikia malalamishi ya wazazi, umesikia malalamishi ya wanafunzi, na kuna jambo ambalo pia Lulu Hassan amelizungumzia pale. Unapoona kwamba watu wengi wanajaribu hata kutafuta masomo katika mataifa ya kigeni, Na wewe unajizatiti pale kuweza kutafuta namna wanafunzi wale watasoma katika vyuo vyetu hapa nchini Kenya, taasisi za kiufundi hapa nchini Kenya, lakini wengi wana hiari kusomea hata katika mataifa ya kigeni. Wahisi gapi kwa wapi?
Nafikiri jambo la kwanza ni kuwa watu hawaelewi vile serikali inafanya kazi. Tukiangalia wanafunzi waliokuwa wamefanya mtihani wa kidato cha 4 mwaka wa 2014 tulikuwa na namba ya 444,000. Sasa hiyo namba imekuwa mara mbili, double of that. Tulikuwa na 887. So tunaona idadi ya watu inaongezeka, idadi ya wale wanafanya mtihani inaongezeka. Tukiangalia wale walijisajili kujiunga na masomo ya university, tuko na 86%. Hao ni wale wanao tunatarajia kuwa watauliza mkopo wa HELB na scholarship. So tukiangalia vile mahali tumetoka, watu walikuwa wamefika kuogopa kwenda university ama kuangalia TVET institutions, kwa sababu ile pesa ilikuwa inatengwa bado ilikuwa haiongezeki hata idadi ya watu ikiongezeka. Lakini sasa tunasema hatuwezi endelea na huo mradi kila wakati. Huu mradi wa new funding model, jambo la kwanza ilikuwa ni tuweke placement kando na financing kando. Tukiangalia vile tulikuwa tuna place wanafunzi hapo awali, kila mtu akiingia university, kila mtu akipata placement anatarajia kuwa serikali itagharamia masomo yake. Lakini vile tunaendelea sasa na huu mradi, tutaweka zitakuwa kando. Kwa hivyo wewe ukipata nafasi ya kwenda university na unaona familia inajiweza, unaweza, si lazima uitishe huo mkopo, unaendelea tu. Kwa hivyo wale wamekuwa admitted, the 140,000 tunaongea juu yao, wakiweza, kuna wale wanaweza sema wanajiweza, waendelee ili ile pesa serikali inatenga iangalie wale watakuwa wakiona kweli hawajiweze. Okay. Lakini niruhusu niseme kuwa nilisikia watu wakisema kuwa kwa nini tumeweka fee ikiwa juu, kwa nini wakiangalia 612,000. Tulisema katika huu mradi lazima tufanye what we call disclosure, tuweze kuelewa kuwa kama unataka kusomea udaktari, gharama ya kusoma udaktari ni ngapi? Kama unafanya education ni ngapi? Kwa sababu tulikuwa tunasema leta 16,000, lakini hiyo si gharama ya masomo. Ukiangalia wale wanaenda ng'ambo pia walikuwa wanaambiwa contribute 1 point something. Hapa Kenya.
Yeah, Dr. Wahome, I'm sorry, I just would like to interject for a moment, because you're saying placement and funding should be separated. However, yes, two issues for me that perhaps would require some understanding, considering the time between, when this working report came out and universities, starting in September. There's clearly been very little time. Yeah. Right? And then, there's also the question of those who may want to transfer their degrees, because with this new funding means, and everybody says it's not been increased, fair enough, but parents are actually being presented with new higher fees that they have to pay, whether we want to call it an increase or we want to call it something different. People are going to be paying more, whichever way we want to talk about it. And yet, we have a very short window within which to do that. So there's a parent who would say, we wanted to go for medicine, but we find that is expensive and we're transferring that. So one of the questions to you is, how do you plan to complete those degree transfers before the window of applying for scholarships and loans expires, considering that that's about 3 weeks to go?
Yes. When you look at the number of students who normally ask for transfer, Usually when we open our portal, we get about 10% moving either within the universities or opting to go to other universities. And when we look at the reasons for transfers, it's usually around accommodation, you know. So, or the program of choice, it's probably not what one had selected, or when they were doing their third revision, the programs had already been taken. So what we are doing, we are running the two together. The ones who wish to transfer, the portal is open for transfer up to the 15th. Those who do not wish to transfer and are satisfied with the choices, then they can go ahead and apply for the funding.
Okay. So yeah, just finish, and then we can go to one.
And what I would also wish to clarify is, we are seeing this because we had that delay in opening the portal as we were doing the. We had the Presidential Working Party still going on, and we even had to get the portal to open before the report was given. But I can tell you this is not something that we are going to see in the next year. For those that would wish to join the TVET institutions, they are free to walk into their institution, the institution of choice. The placement for TVET will be running throughout the year. So that we are able to, once they report, we just validate them and they start applying for the scholarships and the loans.
All right.
So for them, that will be a continuous process.
Okay, and you brought up the issue of TVETs. There's a question for you, Dr. Langat, regarding TVET. On Twitter, Aleki Rono says, I got a D+ in my KCSE. I joined TVET for craft certificate diploma. I passed, only to be denied admission at the Technical University of Kenya because of my KCSE grade. Please ask the education experts about how one can progress from TVET to a bachelor's. And in the same line, then there is the question that people are being encouraged to go to TVET, but is that what the market needs? Because when many people go to apply for jobs, one of the first requirements they're asked for is whether they have a degree, including government jobs. So is there a disconnect between what government is saying in terms of people should go into TVET because those are the skills that are needed, but that government itself and even private sector is saying we want those with a degree? Maybe you could answer those two questions together.
Thank you, Yvonne. But just allow me 1 minute to mention that before I looked into the two questions regarding this funding model. I think we have agreed that the old funding model was not working in the sense that we had the budget stagnating despite the number of students increasing. And we saw, for example, in TVET, where we were giving 30,000 as capitation, reducing to 17,000. And I'm very sure if government would not have done anything to address this, there would be more questions asked than what we are asking for the new model. So I think we need to appreciate that it was the right time to really move away from the model that was not working. To the question that you have asked, of course we have had a challenge in terms of having an integrated system of upward mobility. And this is one of the reasons when we were looking at the TVET reforms, why for a very long time most people were not ready to go to TVET because it was seen as a dead end. And there was no possibility for you or guarantee for you to move to higher education if you wish to in terms of upgrading your career. What has happened over time during the reforms is to be able to establish what we call the Kenya National Qualification Framework, which has been able to give a clear pathways right from TVET to universities. And one of the reasons, and I'm happy that the students mentioned one technical university, which actually happened to be my university, is sometimes when you apply for an opportunity, and because these opportunities are few, there is a selection criteria, and sometimes one of the reasons to not qualify is because of those reasons in selection criteria. The idea of developing the technical universities was actually to provide an opportunity for students that have gone through the TVET to move from diploma to undergraduate programs in TVET. There's still a conversation within the current presidential working party that there will even be a possibility where technical universities will only be reserved for those who are graduated from TVET to progress to undergraduate, also providing funding for the same.
But then what happens to people like Aleki? So he's gone through, a TVET program, and then he goes to a university and is told, bring back your KCSE grade. That's time and money that has been spent in seeking education, only for you to be told that it wasn't even necessary to begin with.
Well, it could be a very unfortunate case if the same has happened, because, as I mentioned, in the National Qualification Framework, it provides for the requirement for you to move to the next level is a pass in the subsequent grade. For example, if you are going for undergraduate, you have to look at the pass in the degree, diploma. And there's a possibility that this person started from certificate, you move to diploma. Then when you're going to undergraduate, the requirement is to provide for what you obtain in diploma. Kenya National Qualification Authority is not only working on that qualification framework implementation, but also providing what we call credit accumulation transfer, so that you don't only go to university and probably study in first year, but you are given credit transfer for the courses that you either passed very well or the experience that you have accumulated over time.
Okay.
Lakini kidogo kabla tujatoka katika mada hii, tumezungumza kwa kirefu sana kuhusiana na gharama ya masomo. Wasema kwamba unaweza kusoma katika hizi taasisi za kiufundi TVETs, kisha unaweza kuingia katika chuo kikuu na kupata degree yako. Lakini hasa wengi wa wale ambao hujiunga na hizi TVETs huwa na imani kwamba wakishamaliza masomo yao wanaingia katika job market moja kwa moja, kwamba haitahitajika tena kupata masomo ya chuo kikuu. Ni wasema kwamba hasa hamna nafasi ya wanafunzi wetu ambao ndio wengi ambao wanatafuta nafasi katika hizi taasisi zetu, ambao watapata kazi moja kwa moja baada ya kumaliza masomo yao. Kile cheti chao kiweze kuwafaidi kupata kazi moja kwa moja.
No, in terms of capacity, I can say we have capacity that can handle the numbers that we are transiting from basic education. At the moment, both public and private TVET institution in the country is in excess of 2,500. We have government or public institution close to 400, private institution close to another 1,000. County government institution called vocational training centers, they are about 1,000. And there is currently discussion between the national government and the county government to increase the capacities of this institution. And in average, if they are going to take about, let's say in average about 500 students per institution, we are looking at 500,000 plus the capacities that we have in the national institution. So we are able to go in excess of 2 million capacities in our TVET institution. The only thing at the moment is to make sure that we align our program to market demand, so that we have a clear transition from training to work, and this will also encourage more students to go to TVET. And we have also seen this over this year alone, when we are doing a placement. We have close to 10,000 students who obtain university entry requirements, but they chose to go to TVET because of the passion or the career they want to pursue.
Right.
And they hope to, when they finish their training in TVET, they are still going to pursue the same careers in university.
Bwana Monai, because we're trying to answer all of these questions that have come up, particularly regarding the funding model. This is a two-pronged question. One is, how many estimated numbers of the most vulnerable students that are to join university is the government planning with? I know you've said, that's still a work in progress, but do you have the estimates of, those numbers? And then, with that number, that estimated number, then to ring fence some availability of those funds. Maybe you could answer that. But here is another question, and I think it is one to do with trust in how government conducts, its issues. I know you've said there's been public participation, but as you can see from the people we have hosted, there is, quite a bit of, there's still questions. There are still many people who are unsure of how this happens. In fact, somebody says, remind these guys that the same government has not been able to deal with the identification of the most vulnerable households to benefit from the cash transfer, particularly for the elderly. So they must learn lessons from that cash transfer process if they are to take the same model to universities. So, there's a question around, one, trust, and how can you then assure people that they have seen things like these before, and they have not always been above board. The people who are supposed to benefit don't always benefit. And then also just give us the numbers that you are estimating with, particularly with the vulnerable.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with the issue of trust. I think we are dealing here with a situation where for the last 25 years and for the last few years, the education sector has been having huge challenges. And we all know that these are institutions that are owned by government. So the issue of ensuring that this will be implemented is not only an issue that can be wished away, because if it is not implemented, then number one, we will not have quality education in the universities. And that will have an impact in our students, because as we said previously, we were funding students using DUC at 48%. We are going down to 21% in the next few years. Therefore, the need to implement and to give assurance that this is a serious matter is how serious this situation would have gone. Number two, we have seen the involvement of all stakeholders during the processing of this model. The first time it was announced, the president himself came out and assured the nation. We have seen the cabinet secretary coming out. The third thing is the parliament itself has allocated funds for this model. So we are not talking about something that is not there. These are funds that are already allocated, and it is only implementation that we are waiting for the students to apply. The other issue about the approximated number of students, we are approximating about 45,000 students to come from vulnerable and extremely needy backgrounds who will walk into universities without paying a cent. Therefore, we will allay fears that they will have a problem in accessing higher education. When we talk about 45,000, that is a huge number. The rest will be supported. We have said we are not leaving any student out. The other thing I want to bring out, and it has not been discussed, an advantage about this model, for the first time, our Muslim brothers and sisters will access a scholarship and will not have an issue with a loan, because previously they have not been applying loan because of their religious belief.
Okay.
We have an opportunity for Muslims to get scholarships of up to 48%, and we know there are 30% in this country. The other big advantage is that students who do not have national IDs for the first time will get a scholarship.
All right.
They have not been accessing loans previously because they are underage.
Na bila shaka ni swala ambalo hatuwezi kulimaliza na usiku mmoja. Ni masuala ambayo kama umeyasikia yana joto sana, yana hisia nyingi sana ambazo tumezipata kutoka kwa washirikadau tofauti kama wanafunzi, hali kadhalika wale wazazi. Na masuala ya elimu ya juu tumeyazungumzia kwa kirefu sana. Natumai itakuwa ni vizuri Okora tuzungumze pia masuala yanahusiana na CBC pia nayo ina maneno.
Yes, and for that we take you to Jeff and Lulu.
That's right. Thanks, Yvonne. Thanks, Lincoln. We can talk about funding all night long, Lulu.
Yeah.
But we have to switch to the next topic of the day, like Yvonne was saying. I don't know about you growing up. Our system of education was known as 763. Yours was?
844.
844. Now there's this new monster, called 2633 or CBC.
Na mtazamaji, kama unavyotupata kwa hivi sasa, jambo ambalo tunazungumzia kwa sasa ni kwamba ni mapendekezo ambayo yameweza kufanywa na jopo kazi la Profesa Munavu, ambapo yametoa mapendekezo ya mageuzi katika mtaala wa CBC na sera nzima ya elimu. Mengi wameomba yabadilishwe, ikiwemo ile masuala ya kupunguzwa kwa masomo. Manake masomo ni mengi, sasa kwa sema kwamba wanapendekeza kwamba yapunguzwe kidogo. Alafu kuna lile swala la retooling of teachers.
Yes.
Ni swala ambalo mtazamaji tutalizungumzia baada ya muda usio kwa mrefu. Lakini naarifa kwamba Kitui hali si hali.
That's right. Listen to this. As the government gears up to implement recommendations contained in the Presidential Working Party on reforms, lack of proper infrastructure in schools remains a big challenge, with thousands of pupils from different parts of the country learning in unconducive environments. A report by the Auditor General back in 2021 noted poor infrastructure in primary schools is a nationwide problem, with most schools having a challenge with sufficient and well-maintained infrastructure. Our reporter, Tete Jeroge, toured Kitui East constituency, where pupils learn in mud and thatched classes and in harsh environments. Take a look.
Rivers. Dusty and bushy roads and dry vegetation welcomes us to Malalani location in Kitui East constituency. We find Yambila Primary School surrounded by bushes and overlooking Endau Hill. This school that started in 2014 has only one permanent structure, a reflection of the sad state of schools with poor infrastructure in the area.
We said we also have water.
A personal hygiene lesson is ongoing in grade 2, but what shocks us is the environment in which these young ones are learning. The roof of this mud-thatched classroom has seen better days. The walls at the back of the classroom have fallen. The blackboard is barely hanging on in every sense of the word. Apart from the ECDE classroom built by Kitui County Government in 2021, the head teacher's office is the other building with a door and window. All the essential items are kept in the 2 rooms for safekeeping. For the rest, 8 classrooms and the staff room, which was previously under a tree before being relocated to a class occupied by grade 6 pupils who joined junior school in a neighboring school, are all in a deplorable state. Most of the pupils here walk barefoot due to lack of shoes and also because of the condition of the floor in the classrooms. A jerrycan of water is a precious item that is a must carry for all pupils when they report to school in the morning.
Tulianzisha kwa sababu ile ingine iko mbali. Ni ya Malalani na iko mbali. Na lazima ufuke hii mto na ikiwa na maji tunataabika sana.
Alhamisi na Jumamosi tunakuanga twende pale tukatengeneze shule, tukatengeneze darasa na vyoo. Na ukikosa kuenda tatoa 200.
With a population of 78 pupils and 9 teachers, the school lacks even the most basic of facilities, such as toilets. For years, the boys used to relieve themselves in the bushes before parents came together to build one a month ago.
Tunataka watoto wetu wasomee mahali pazuri kama wale wengine wanasomea mahali pazuri.
At Kinania Primary School in Endau, for instance, only 2 classrooms have concrete floors. Pupils sit in sand-floored classrooms with no doors and windows. This is despite the fact that the school been in existence for the last 37 years. The use of mud-thatched classrooms is still the norm. Grade 1 and PP2 pupils use these 2 classes, which are in a better condition compared to 4 others in a dilapidated state, which are no longer in use.
Mimi nilimalizia hapa 208 wakati ilikuwa ngumu sana, sababu tulikuwa tunatoka mbali, tunakuja na maji, unaambiwa upebe kibuyu ya lita 5 kutoka nyumbani. Nilikuwa natoka kama kilomita 12 hivi kutoka nyumbani kuja hapa.
Darasa zile siko siwekwe simiti ile permanent na zile zingine za matope tujengewe zingine mzuri.
Just like Yambila Primary School, this school with a population of 303 pupils and 10 teachers depend on solar for power as they are yet to be connected to electricity.
What a heart-wrenching story there, Lulu. 2023, students are still learning under those conditions.
Ni hali ya kusikitisha mtazamaji. Ni mahali ambapo kuna viongozi na kuna chifu na kuna kila mtu wa kusaidia. Ambapo anapaswa kuwasaidia. Lakini moja kwa moja tunaelekea kwa Mashirima Kapombe na Sam Gituku. Sijui jopo kazi la Profesa Munavu limeweza pendekeza nini kuhusiana na masuala ya CBC? Manake Jeff Aminu siamini. Watoto kutoka kwa shule ile. Uwezi kutarajia kwamba wafanye mtihani sawa kumradi.
Hawezi. It's impossible.
Kutoka Nairobi
you can't compare.
Jambo la kusikitisha kwa Sam Gituku na Mashirima.
All right, thank you so much, Lulu and Jeff. And to start us off, even as we reflect on what we just watched in Kitui, let's see what the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms is saying. They are recommending that the 2-6-3-3-3 structure be adopted. 2 years pre-primary, 6 years in primary, 3 years at the junior school, 3 years at the senior school, and 3 years at the university, which is a minimum number of years. Beyond that, they are saying that the subjects that are being offered in these institutions need to be reduced. For instance, the pre-primary level, which is PP1 and PP2, the subjects should be 5. For those that are in lower primary, that is grade 1 up to 3, a maximum of 7 subjects. For those that are in upper primary, that is grade 4 to 6, maximum of 8 subjects. For those that are in junior school, that is the current junior secondary school, grade 7 to 9, the number of subjects is being reduced from 14 to 9 subjects. Then for the senior school, this is what you currently may call senior secondary school, then that is grade 10 up to 12, there should be 7 subjects being offered. For the university level, then they are talking about the minimum of 3 years per program. Then there's also a proposal to change the structure of the schools, to change from primary schools to comprehensive schools, which will house the PP1, which is in early childhood education, up to grade 9, which is the end of junior school. That is what that says, and of course there will be all this contained in that institution. So that is sort of changing the structure of the institutions as we know them. We'll later talk about the assessment that is being proposed on how to assess, not to examine, especially these learners from different levels of education. But Professor Odote, you sat in that Presidential Working Party and you came up with this report. First of all, tell us, why are you suggesting to reduce the workload? And therefore, what subjects are you looking at exactly? Because, for instance, the junior secondary schools, or what will become junior school, out of 14, down to 9, how do you reduce that? Which ones? What is essential?
Thank you, Sam, for that question. When we went around, one of the things that everybody complained about was that there was overlaps, there was overloads, that kids were not being kids. That we were running from an 8-4-4 system to try and have a system that was enabling kids to be able to learn and learn in a good environment. We ended up having too many subjects. People ask, why must they do all these subjects? Can't we do something about them? Is there something that can be able to be done to make learning much more effective? So having listened to everybody, we came to the suggestion that let us reduce the numbers. But you will see, we did not say get rid of subject X, because we've left that to the curriculum experts, and we had conversations with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development and agreed on to the numbers. So the actual subjects, they'll actually have to go and discuss and say which ones can we get rid of. Because even as we're doing so, you need to ensure that in terms of curriculum coverage, the scope is one that is still internationally matching. So that's why we made the suggestion to reduce the number of subjects. But one of the places where we spoke about reducing is if you had parents were complaining, we're being asked to do a lot of work at home. That you're asking people to do community service learning, but you're telling us, go to the market, go and do this. So that's one of the areas where we said community service learning is important, but the amount and the extent of community service learning, the kind of assignments that people are being given, can be reduced so that you still get the objective without burdening the parents, without burdening the children. So that was the rationale for the reduction of subjects.
Daktari Kilemi, ukiangalia jinsi hali ilivyo katika ile shule ya Kitui, ambayo ni hali katika baadhi ya maeneo ambayo yanaonekana kutengwa, na uangalia yale mapendekezo ambayo yanazidi kutolewa kila baada ya muda fulani. Kulikuwa na ule wakati ambapo kulikuwa na pendekezo la vipakatalisha ma laptops katika shule. Ilhali tuna shule kama zile za Kitui ambazo ziko katika hali ambayo haya mambo hata tukisema tunapunguza idadi ya masomo ni kama tuko katika dunia tofauti na wengine. Je, haya mapendekezo ya elimu yanayotolewa huwa kweli yanatilia maanani wananchi ambao hawaelewi haya mabadiliko, manake mahitaji yao ni tofauti?
Asante sana.
First, let me say this. You should ask the question, what is in a system? We are 743 system. We came to 844. Now we are in CBC. What counts about education is not the number of years or the subjects you have got in it, but how well you prepare the system to be able to produce kids that can, are benefited from the system. Secondly, the problems we are seeing in Kitui were there during my time. They were there during 844. They were always there. So they have not changed just because of CBC. The question, therefore, is about how we support the schools that are in that kind of situation. And that calls for equitable funding. A school in Kitui will need to be funded more than Alliance High School. But apparently, unfortunately, it is the national schools that get the bulk of the money. This is completely unfair. We must look at those schools and spend most of the money there. Finally, the idea of 844 was that education would create employment. So we started a lot of vocational subjects and so on. And there are people who are also thinking now that CBC will lead to employment. This is a fallacy. Training does not create jobs. It does not create jobs. Jobs are created by the economy, by the wider context and out of school. So we need to deal with that situation. Because even if you go through CBC and the economy is not creating jobs, it will not help. If you go through CBC, through university, and you can't get a job because you can't bribe, the system will not have helped you. So I think we should look at this at the wider context. But for me, we have CBC. How best can we, work on it such that it gives us products that, can compete locally, regionally, and globally, but more importantly, aware that a lot of the changes that we require to make use of those kids have to emanate from the wider system in which education is operating.
Na bila shaka Sam, kuna hili swali la funding ambalo Daktari Kilemi amelitaja. Janet, labda unaweza kutueleza tuweze kuelewa. Ni kipi kigumu katika kuhakikisha ile shule ambayo inahitaji zaidi inapata mgao mkubwa kuliko ile shule ambayo imekuwepo kwa muda mrefu na imeendelea kimiundo msingi?
Thank you very much. And I think the very first thing that we have to say from the onset is that the problem facing the education sector in Kenya is nothing else. It is a problem of funding. I'm actually very disappointed reading this entire report because it looks like so many other reports that you have always read, and it confirms to us that it is not about changing a name from this to the other. It's not about introducing synonyms. It's not about politicizing processes. It's about political commitment to fund education. And 8 months, down the line, and this is a new year since the other government came in, I'm looking at the commitment. We are sitting here and we are saying that we have embraced CBC, despite us going around the country and demonizing the same thing that we said. I actually thought that this particular presidential working party was going to have 10 recommendations about how to finance education. But look at us. Even primary education, as we speak, for the first term and the second term, they can confirm, the teachers can confirm. They did not even receive the capitation grant. One child is supposed to receive ordinary 1,200 shillings. This government has not been able to remit that amount of money. We were in this country when we saw schools, secondary schools, closing early. Why? Because government has not remitted the funds that they're supposed to remit. But a president stands up and says, I have given 100 million to Alliance. He stands up and says, for every shilling that the county government of Nairobi is going to spend on school funding, I am going to give another shilling. Where is all this money that we are seeing in people's mouths? And why aren't we putting money where it is supposed to be? This capitation model was agreed a long time ago. It is tested and fully tested. Why can't government concentrate on giving money to public, primary schools and to public secondary schools? Let me tell you, people went around this country demonizing CBC. We are now here saying we are adopting and we are doing what, and we are not putting money on the table. We will still meet here and complain and now look for another source of the problem. The other source of the problem was the previous government. Now we are sitting here. Why are we not funding schools as we are supposed to fund schools? We can call them names. We can move from senior school to, we can baptize whatever we want. But as long as you're not going to be putting more money in public education, it is just going to be a waste.
No,
okay. All right. Let's reflect a little bit before we can get back to the costing of this education, because there are proposals on how CBC will be assessed in school. For instance, grade 6, which is the transition to junior school, there will be a cumulative score of what a student has been getting from the school-based assessments from grade 4 to grade 6. And the essence of this assessment will be to monitor learners' progress and give feedback to the various stakeholders that are involved in that sector. Then for those that will be in grade 9, that is junior school, you're transitioning now to the senior school, 20% will come from the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment. This is an assessment that was actually administered last year for grade 6 learners. 20% will come from the school-based assessment, which is for grade 7 and 8, and then 60% to be a summative evaluation. We'll be getting to understand what this summative evaluation is, and of course this is supposed to be guided by the Kenya National Examinations Council. Then for grade 12, which is the senior secondary, you're now transitioning to the university level, 70% to be summative assessment. 30% to be school-based assessment, meaning inclusive of an assessment of the community service learning and an assessment of the values and competencies that you'll have acquired while in the line of schooling. Dr. Mugo, when you look at this, knowing that you've done a lot of research in as far as how competent learners are, and especially those studies that you used to do and said that a grade 7 or standard 7 learner cannot answer some standard 2 question, this changing how we are assessing the learners, how will it exactly work, and what must we do to ensure that it works so that you're not just appreciating the competencies in about responding to academic questions, but also everything else that CBC is supposed to be achieving?
Yeah, thanks. Actually, assessment is going to be a key driver of the success of CBC. And from this frame of examination, of scores, of getting an A and all that, we have to shift from that to what is the student able to do. When you give them something to read, you know what is their level. And so that is going to necessitate a new generation of teachers. And the first thing to do is to ensure that those teachers who are under training now in pre-service are being trained in a new way of assessing, not examining, because we have shifted now from examining to assessing. And those teachers that are in classroom today are equipped well and through ongoing support in the classroom on how to make this very critical shift from examining to assessing. But the other one has been the question of trust. And you wonder why primary school teachers cannot be trusted to give scores to their pupils. Secondary school teachers cannot be trusted. But when you go to TVET, you go to university, you find that where a professor here teaches, he assesses his students and submits marks. So I think this shift also the public face has to move. But if this is not supported by values, I think teachers have to agree that we have the responsibility of being trusted, of demonstrating the values that we want to see in society. Because if you're a teacher and you are guiding your pupils and students to steal an examination, then you are not supposed to be a teacher in the first place. So support by values is also critical, but the most critical is assessment capacities, because assessing things we see in CBC like problem solving, like values like respect or responsibility, is not the same as examining biology or chemistry. It's a total shift. And these things are not a black and white, a right and wrong. It is actually a journey that the student has been on, and you have to place them somewhere. So we have not seen these capacities being developed adequately in the system, and it's a big concern. But there are other things also we have had, like community service learning, parental engagement and empowerment. How are we going also to assess these other things, principles, so that we know that the system is moving in the direction? So it is not just assessing the students, it is also assessing the system and us holding the system to account.
Na bila shaka Daktari Manyasa, kuna hili swala lingine ambalo limependekezwa kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo shule zinaweka kwenye viwango. Tumezoea kwamba kuna zile shule za kitaifa, kuna zile za extra county na mambo kama hayo, lakini sasa zinapaswa kulingana na mapendekezo haya kuwekwa katika labda tuseme zile taaluma za kisayansi au za mambo mengine. Je, hili swala litawezekana ukiangazia hususan masuala ya miundo msingi na hata walimu ambao wanahitajika katika shule hizi ambazo zitakuwa zinawekwa kwenye viwango namna hii?
Asante Mashirima, and since I believe maybe this is the last time I'm commenting, allow me to make comments beyond the question that you asked, but I'll answer your question as well. the first thing I want to speak to is the notion that has been sold during this show that the new capitation model will actually solve the problems universities are facing. The problems universities are facing stem from, one, government failure to send capitation on time, and two, from mismanagement by the VCs who are there. I taught in the university and I saw mismanagement from a close range. They acquired campuses, most of which made losses. They have closed them down. They lost money that they should not have lost. The third thing that causes all this is, and this is the problem around the notion that this model will solve the problem, is that if government fails to remit the money is committing to give as scholarships for those who need, the universities will still not have money. So that will still be a problem. So I think that we need to put that to rest. The reason some of us campaigned for a differentiated model was for equity, not for solving university management problems, because that won't be solved by the change of the model. Mm-hmm. The second thing that I want to mention is what I've seen in the report that is not very good, in the sense that there are recommendations which seem to contradict each other along the way. One of the things that I can speak to here is the recommendation to remove the National Education Board. So we want to remove the National Education Board and leave the county education boards, which, if you look at their functions, they are supposed to work in consultation and cooperation with the National Education Board. Mm-hmm. I don't understand that. The second thing is the suggestion that the county commissioners should chair the county education boards. And if you look at the functions that the county education board is supposed to deal with, one of them is to oversee ECD and vocational training, which are devolved functions. If you give a county commissioner, are you nationalizing those functions? If you give the county commissioner to chair the county education board, I think that is a problem. Finally, I think, if you look at the problem we've seen in the news feature, mm-hmm. and you imagine that some of those schools are hosting junior secondary right now, because we decided that we'll keep junior secondary in primary. So some of those schools are hosting junior secondary. What are they preparing those young people for? Right. Are they capable of preparing anyone for senior school? I have seen the recommendation that will make sub-county schools to be senior schools. I have photos of some of the sub-county schools that look exactly like what we've seen here. Are they capable, even if someone gave us 100 billion today to invest in them with 2 years, and the way we know government inertia, will we be able to transform those sub-county schools in 2 years to make them worthy of senior school? Okay. So very, very pertinently, I think it is important that we put our minds together and start to agree that we shall no longer use education as this private good that we fight for and we use to create advantages and disadvantages among our children.
Yet it is supposed to be a public good. I think, Professor Dotto, you owe your right of reply because you sat in the Presidential Working Party. But first of all, those questions about the funding, the infrastructure that we are seeing, but also proposal that 60% of the institutions, currently secondary schools, should be STEM. How do you do that at a time that majority of teachers are actually not in the science areas? You don't have sufficient infrastructure in terms of what a science school needs. How do you get there?
Thanks. You know, it's very easy to speak about the problems, and Dr. Munyasa has done a very good job speaking about the problems. Our responsibility was to provide solutions, and I will try and respond in terms of providing solutions. Let's start with the concerns about the dilapidated nature of schools. That is not a preserve of the primary schools. Mm-hmm. It is a preserve of almost all our schools across the country. If you go to primary schools, you'll see the same problem. If you go to what you are calling sub-county schools, secondary schools currently, they are the same kind of problem. Yet, those schools have been delivering people. I think as we make the suggestions that we made, we need to look at the two sides of the equation that we are trying to deal with. For resource allocation, what have we proposed? We have, for example, made the proposals about minimum essential package to ensure that every school has a minimum levels of infrastructure support. Secondly, we've spoken about the need to ensure that schools have technology. We've spoken about the need for there to be able to ensure that we build additional classrooms and laboratories for all the schools. The idea about dealing with equity that Dr. Munyasa speaks about for the universities, but not for the primary level, is that if we want to make education affordable, then the schools that are near my home must be as good as the schools that are far from me. That's the only way we'll ensure that Collins Odote does not have to go to Starehe for him to succeed. Because if he only must go to Starehe and Alliance, then we'll continue making education the preserve of the rich. It is the reason why, even in terms of funding, we have said much more resources. We need to reverse what's been the current practice. The current practice is the bulk of the resources have gone to national schools. We are making the point that the bulk of the resources must be reversed. They must go to sub-county schools because 70% of kids actually learn in those sub-county schools. That's the first thing. The second thing, in terms of how will teachers be able to deliver on this? That's why retooling is important, so that everybody is taught to learn the new things. Lastly, about assessment that you spoke about. I think the one thing that we've done, and thank you, Dr. Mugo, the one thing that we've done about assessment, the fact that now assessment as grade 6 is not for placement. You saw kids finish grade 6, and the hula baloo that comes after those exams, I am looking for a school, what will happen, was essentially away. But there's a second thing that we haven't spoken about, that those assessments are not lost. That the assessment that you have in grade 6 will eventually impact on what happens in grade 9. They'll eventually impact on what happens in grade 12. Because at the end of the day, we want to move to a system where when I was in school, Sam, I did very well in Kiswahili.
Right.
After that, I went to a school and I was looking for a teaching job. They offered me to teach Kiswahili. I told them, although I passed Kiswahili, I cannot teach Kiswahili.
You can teach Kiswahili.
I think we need to reach a stage where people are looking for their competences, not the academic grades that you got. And that's what the change of assessment is trying to do.
So the summative assessment is written exam?
The summative assessment at the end, yes, it is.
Okay, all right. We want to transition. Dr. Kilemi, allow me to transition first to Kibra because they are waiting to tell us about what their concerns are. And Hassan Mugambi is there with Waweru Wanyambura. Let's listen to them. Hassan, if you can hear me, just take it away.
Thank you very much, Sam. Tuko hapa katika eneo la Kibra kama ulivyosema, ni kwamba ni mengi ambayo yamesemwa katika studio na wazazi na walimu wamekuwa wakisikia, ikiwa ni wao ndio wanafanya utekelezwaji wa mfumo huu wa CBC. Hebu tusikie tu wanasemaje. Kwanza kabisa utaniruhusu kabla ya kuzungumza na walimu ambao wako hapa tupate tu usemi wa wazazi kuambatana na swala zima la CBC. Watoto wamekuja nyumbani wanao kazi mbalimbali ambazo zinahitaji wale wazazi pia nao waweke shughuli zao chini, waketi na kuwasaidia wanafunzi wao. Hebu tusikie wanasemaje. Hoeru.
Asante sana Hassan. Moja kwa moja tunajiunga na dadangu, ameniambia yuko na wanafunzi wawili ambao wote wao katika huu mfumo mpya wa CBC. Karibu sana katika mada hii ya leo. Niambie vile ambavyo umekuwa ukichukulia huu mfumo mpya wa elimu wa CBC.
Okay, asante sana. Kwa majina anaitwa Faith. Mimi ni mzazi wa watoto wawili, niko na CBC grade 3 na grade 4. So mimi kama mama, sasa umetoka kazi uko na stress, mimi huendesha pikipiki. Nimetoka huko na stress za jam. Niko na stress zangu kukosana na makastoma hivi, mtoto naye anakukujia, mwalimu alisema niende na kuku, mwalimu alisema niende na mayai na mrenda. Sasa unajiuliza, mimi nimekuja hiyo jioni, saa hiyo nataka maybe nipike cabbage ndio itaiva haraka juu pia watoto wangu wameningoja na ingianga kwa nyumba saa 2 asa single mother. Sasa nitatoka tena hiyo usiku niende kutafuta mrenda na mwalimu anataka ile mrenda umepika. Unataka kiitisha mrenda yenye itapigwa, unazanunua hata ya 5 bama ya 10. Unasikia uchungu, uko na stress asa single mother. Walimu wa CBC wamenona kwa menonea kwa pesa yetu. Mimi natafuta school fees, tena nitafutie mwalimu chakula. Huyu mtoto ameenda na mayai imepasukia kwa barabara. Mwalimu haezi elewa, anamrudisha nyumbani na mimi saa hiyo niko kazi, sijui kama mtoto amerudi nyumbani, maybe nilikuwa nimeacha hapo pesa ya jioni ya sapa. Mtoto amechukua hiyo pesa ameenda kununua mayai, budget yangu imeharibika. Mwalimu anaambia mtoto apike kitanda, enda uambie mamako upike kitanda, picha unitumie WhatsApp. Huyu mwalimu na ni mwanaume, akona nia gani mimi nipike? Na saa hiyo sina kitanda, maybe nalala chini. Kama mzazi unasikia aje? Kitanda inahusikana aje na masomo? Huyo mwalimu anataka kujua kama nalala chini ama kwa kitanda. Nasikia uchungu kama mzazi sana. Na huyu ni mtoto wa grade 3 atiapike picha. Na kama sina simu ya WhatsApp, mnataka nifanye aje kama mzazi?
Asante sana. Labda tu pia kwa kifupi, tulikuwa tumezungumza nawe, lakini ulikuwa umeniambia watoto wako, wanafunzi wako ni wa CBC. Sasa ni uzito upi ambao umekuwa ukipatana nao katika kufanikisha mfumo mzima wa CBC kwako nyumbani?
Mazito ambayo ninapata, vile huyu mwenzangu amesema, mtoto akienda shule hauna pesa, saa zingine mtoto anarudishwa nyumbani na kichapo. Mwalimu amesema anataka sukuma sijui ngapi, mara mwalimu amesema anataka nyama, mara mwalimu anataka unga ngano, uende na unga ngano ya chapati na mafuta na hii chuma ya kupikia, na hauna. Utafanya aje? Watoto wanapitia makubwa shuleni, sisi wazazi pia tunapitia kwa CBC.
Mam, baada ya grade ya 6 kuna uwezo wa mwanafunzi wako kutafuta ama kuchagua yale masomo ambayo ataendelea na katika junior secondary. Wewe umewezeshwa na yale ambayo yanahitajika ili umsaidie mtoto wako kuchagua yale masomo ambayo yatamsaidia. Una ufahamu wa yale masomo anafaa kuchagua?
Ndio, niko nayo, lakini changamoto sasa atachagua na saa zingine sitakuja kujiweza kwa hiyo enye amechagua hiyo subjects. Sasa mtoto atarudi kubaki kwa nyumba saa zingine.
Asante. Hassan, walimu wanasemaje kuhusu mfumo huu wa CBC?
Na bila shaka tumepata kusikia tu baadhi ya changamoto ambao wanapitia wale wazazi ambao watoto wao wanapelekwa nyumbani, ima kwa njia moja au nyingine kuna kitu ambacho kinahitajika na labda wewe mwenyewe hauna ule uwezo. Sasa nizungumze tu na wale walimu ambao wako hapa, ambao pia ni walimu wakuu katika shule mbalimbali na vile vile kabisa washikadau katika sekta hii ya elimu ambao tuko nao hapa hii leo. Kwanza nikianza tu na wewe kama mwalimu mkuu, je, changamoto wanazozungumzia wale wazazi mmeweza mkuwa ni wenye kukumbana nazo, ima kwa njia moja au nyingine unataka kitu kifike shuleni na labda mzazi hana ule uwezo?
Okay, challenges are there, but the thing is each and every school has got its own tradition, has got its own arrangement. Of course, practicals is a must, because for us to test on all the core competencies, there are practicals that must be done because children are expected to be hands-on. And given that from grade 4, the assessments are done nationally, and marks are normally recorded by NEC. So in the event that a child fails to carry out an exercise, then that child's name will go blank. What we normally do as a school, we call our parents and sensitize them on the importance of these assessments so that they own the assessments. And also we try to talk to our teachers to try to use improvisation, low-cost, no-cost materials. I don't think if it is really practical that a child may be told to take meat to a school. Because what is normally done, once parents have been sensitized on the importance of these exercises, then they are asked to donate something small as a group, instead of putting a whole burden to a particular parent to take a hen or a chicken or a kilo of meat. No. What I know is that CBC is challenging. For instance, in my school, all my classes, the enrollment, every class has got 100+ children. I told you I've got 5,546 children. And if you are a teacher and you are to conduct a practical to 100 children, and a particular group of parents feel that they don't want to be part of this practical, at the end of the day, when the cumulative or the summative assessment is being done by NEC, these children will miss out. And also, schools, we know the kind of parents we are dealing with. Some parents are really down to earth financially. We always employ or put on the human face and assist such kind of children once we know the level of their vulnerability. But what I know is that CBC is challenging and parents must be involved. Thank you.
And if you're talking about parents being involved, are the teachers also well trained for the kind of exercise that is ahead of them?
Most of our teachers, more so those handling CBC classes, in fact, almost all have undergone training. It's only that, you know, something like training must be something that is ongoing. You cannot be trained today and be expected to master all the competencies. So the trainings are on, and they are also learning on the job as they do the teaching.
Learning on the job. Does your school have the prerequisite infrastructure to support the CBC?
Thank you, San Mugambi. Benson Adika here. Indeed, the issue of CBC, as my colleague has said, it is a challenge. But in my school, I would say we are at 60%. That's Kikosha Primary School. But as you heard, actually, no particular school was really prepared for this particular baby called CBC. But you are trying. Now, partly, maybe to the parents, we realize that because most of the parents were not involved on the onset, that's why we are getting most of the complaints from parents, because ideally, I want to agree with my colleague, head teacher from Olympic. A teacher cannot ask children to bring maybe 20 chicken to school, for sure. It is maybe 1 or 2 for demonstration. But the whole of Alabalu that is going around, actually it has been blown out of proportion because parents were not involved in the right place, actually at the right time. So like, if parents were involved, for instance, maybe the projects that are being talked about, maybe grade 4 in agriculture, they are making maybe scarecrow. And maybe the parents are involved, maybe the school, the teachers get right information, so they know that maybe our learners are required to make this particular animal, or rather assemble some of the materials. So they make, and the learners are aware and the parents are aware, so that even after the exercise, if the scarecrow is carried back home, it does not scare the father. Actually, if it is put maybe in a corner and the father walks home in the wee hours of the night, because he was not aware in the first place, he gets scared and he makes a lot of noise. So it means that parents, most of the parents were not involved. But in our school, again, it depends with the parents. You know, most of the parents of today, most of them have gone to school.
Yes.
So to speak. Most of the parents of today, we are even talking about the nyanya, the shoshos of today are not the shoshos of during our times. That they know how to operate laptop, they know how to operate smartphones. But the challenge is, like, when you are coming from those areas where there are no maybe electricity, parents actually, the first thing they are talking of maybe stomach, so they will not think about maybe incorporating some of these things, actually even internalizing the competent that we are talking about.
Yes.
So it actually starts with the parents, maybe during forums such like meetings, we call them to school, we tell them that CBC here, actually I agree, the CBC is a beautiful baby. But there are certain things that, like right now, we are talking about, we are seeing subjects being reduced right away from pre-primary, then the primary, and then the junior, and so on. But even the secondary schools, that now they are going to abolish maybe the national, the extra county 1, extra county 2, then sub-county. It's a beautiful idea. But the implementation will be a part of the problem.
Naam. Yes. Je, wanajua kile ambacho wanatekeleza?
Ninaye mwalimu mwingine hapa Hassan. Sijui zaidi ya yale walimu pale wameongea, katika upande huo ukumbi, ni jambo lipi ambalo ni changamoto ambalo halijaguziwa?
Asante sana bwana Hassan Mugambi. Ni Boaz Wanjala, Star Rescue Center, Kibra. Naam, changamoto za CBC zipo na ziko nasi. One is that it's about what my colleagues and my heads have just talked about. It's expensive, very expensive. Let's talk about some of the strands in this CBC learning areas, you are told with the help of your parent or guardian, go and take a picture of A, B, C, D. And the child you are telling, in their homes, they do not have that smartphone. The child doesn't know the child has never seen a smartphone. The parent herself or himself is maybe a guardian, is not a biological parent, is an orphan. For example, where I'm coming from, many of the children are orphans. We do not have the Wi-Fi around them, even if maybe one parent is privileged to own one. Now, how will they take these photos? It will force them to go to the cybers, maybe, isn't it? And it is very expensive.
Very, very expensive. Because of time, naomba nikukatize hapo, manake tayari wanasema tuelekee upande wa pili wa studio na tusikie pia washikadau katika sekta hii ambao wanafaa kuwa wanakuwezesha wewe kama mzazi, wewe kama mwanafunzi kufanya shughuli ya CBC wanasemaje. Rashid Abdallah.
Naam, shukran sana Hassan Mugambi. Hapa nikiwa na mwenzangu Trevor Mbije na washikadau wengi sana. Nataka tuchangie moja kwa moja swala la CBC. Nimlete Kai Ndimuli manake muda tuweze kutumia vizuri. Ni kwamba Kai Ndimuli, kwa hivi sasa tumeona kwamba kuna masomo ambayo yameweza kupunguzwa. Swala ambalo Wakenya wangepata kujua ni kwamba masomo haya yamepunguzwa kwa sababu ya kuboresha elimu ama yamepunguzwa kwa sababu ni mzigo kwa wanafunzi na wazazi?
Asante sana. Kwanza kabisa nimemsikiza daktari ambaye amekuwa akisema akijustify vile waliangalia kuangazia mpaka akaweza kupunguzwa. Lakini kwangu mimi naonelea tumekimbia kidogo. Kwa sababu tukiangalia pale junior secondary, ile ni transition stage ambayo ni preparatory stage ya wale watoto kuweza kuangazia zaidi, waweze kuona talent zao ili waweze kuchukua ni pathway zipi katika zile senior secondary schools. Sasa ikiwa tutaanza kurudisha yale masomo chini, we are narrowing their choices. Na ukikumbuka wakati 844 tulipoanza, vile tulikuwa na masomo mapana. Tukaanza kusema kuwa ni mengi, tupunguze. Tukaendelea kupunguza, tukapunguza mpaka tukatoa kila kitu na tukaanza kuwa na mambo ya mitihani zaidi. Ni hapo tutaelekea ikiwa sasa hatutaweza kuangalia tena. Mimi kwangu kupunguza masomo hasa pale katika junior school, hiyo tungetulia kidogo, na pia pale senior school. Kwa vile tukipunguza ile 9th subject ndio itakuwa ile optional. Na pale optional ndio kuna zile talent learning mingi. Sasa hizo talent learning ambazo tutapunguza iwe moja, tutakuwa sasa tuna shepherd hawa watoto katika sehemu moja tu. Okay. Hapo ningeona tungetulia kidogo. Tukija kwa upande wa assessment. Kwanza ni vizuri kuwa kuna assessment for learning, you know. Sasa mimi najiuliza ile assessment itafanya katika grade 9. Alafu tunarudi katika KPSEA kuchukua 20% kule. Assessment ambayo ilifanywa nikiwa kijana wa miaka 11. Sasa matokeo yale yanataka yatumiwe wakati niko na miaka 15. Hapo kwangu naonelea tungefikiria tena. Ile assessment ya pale KPSEA inaweza kuwa assessment for learning. Tujue hawa vijana, hawa watoto wamejifunza nini, ni vipi tunaweza kuwa endeleza ile ripoti iweze kupewa walimu katika junior school, waitumie kuweza kuangazia zaidi.
Okay. We'll come back to that in just a bit. Let me bring in Morino Carl. Morino Carl is a parent, a CBC parent, and we're talking about reducing the number of subjects. Do you agree with that proposal, and what has your experience been like?
Just as Mr. Ndimuli has said, we are parents and we rely on teachers to make us aware of what is happening. And then you realize that when all this is done, we are feeling that our children are losing out, because some of these, subjects that are reduced, you realize that they are going to be of very serious help to our children in the coming years. As it has also been said, that that is what will determine if a child is supposed to perform what.
There are parents who claim that the burden right now is too heavy for the children. You don't think so, being a CBC parent?
I am a parent, remember, and there are experts that are supposed to say that, that are supposed to support us on that.
Okay.
So as a parent, what I know is that these subjects, like let's say a child would want to be a doctor. You have seen that even in a child, given the strength of the child in the subjects that he's taking. And then you're told that these subjects have been scrapped.
Okay.
So you are left disturbed.
Okay.
Because it does not give the child the opportunity to realize his dream when he's of age. Yes.
Na mtaka tuweze kulete, kwa sababu kuna walimu pia wale ambao washawahi kufundisha CBC. Hapa tuweze kupata mwalimu, kwa sababu tumpe mwalimu mmoja hapa, mpe kipaza sauti, kwa sababu inaonekana kama walimu wanasema walikuwa wana mzigo mzito. Wanafunzi ni wengi na masomo ni mengi. Je, unadhani kupunguzwa wewe kama mwalimu kunaleta nafuu kwenu kuweza kutoa mafunzo bora darasani?
Asante sana Rashid. Kwanza kabisa nitasema ya kwamba kule kupunguzwa si jinsi ambavyo mwalimu Kahi alivyosema, sio suluhu. Kwa sababu utapata ya kwamba hapo awali kulikuwa na education for self reliance wakati wa Rais Moi, na kulikuwa na hayo masomo mpaka hata art and craft na yote ambayo yalikuwa yametenganishwa pale. Kwa hivyo kuyapunguza kwangu mimi si suluhu, kwa sababu utapata ya kwamba for CBC it is competency based curriculum. We have to see all the competencies in a child. So if we are reducing on the subject, it means then it lacks the meaning of being a competent curriculum.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Or you have something to say on this as well. Yes, then I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Trevor. I'm at a loss when teachers talk about fault the reducing of subjects and learning areas. You know too well that the workload of a teacher determines performance of the same teacher. When you have too much on your desk to do, definitely you will turn out not being a performer. And at the same time, I also want to talk about parents who think reducing subjects is of no use and they should remain as was proposed. What parents have complained about is CBC being expensive. When subjects are as they are, definitely sending children out to bring what shall be used in core competencies, the practical work, shall continue being a burden. So in a nutshell, the Presidential Working Party proposal to have subjects reduced as Kenya National Union of Teachers, 100% welcome.
Okay. Let's hear what you have to say. Yes, there's a lot of feedback on this. Yes, go ahead.
What I want to say is that on subject reduction, I concur with that. Because if you look at this curriculum, you will realize that in junior secondary, we have 14 subjects, learning areas. And if you go to primary schools, especially the public ones, there are only 2 teachers. So you find one teacher handling 7 subjects. For sure, your guess is as good as mine. There's no learning there. Because there is no way one teacher can handle serious new learning areas.
Okay.
And in reduction, it is they have said that it's not just reducing, but merging some learning areas.
Jemima, is this too much of a burden for you because you're a CBC teacher?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think so. When you look at KPSEA grade 6, we have something that is known as integrated learning areas. And for me, from experience, it has worked so well. When you look at grade 7, right now we have the health education and other sciences. If the reduction of the learning areas comes looking into the content, like in health education, you have the mentor, whatever, can be taken to another learning area related to that. If it is reached through that, it is okay. We are looking into the content, integration of the content for the betterment of the children. So if it goes into that angle, it is good.
Now that you still have the microphone, sorry, Rashid, there's one question that came up from Kibra. The question from parents was, what is the rationale of asking all parents to bring things like chicken or eggs? Why don't you just bring one egg and show the students, even if there are 50 of them, that this is what an egg is and this is where it's coming from, instead of sending parents to all of them to bring 50 eggs if it's a class of 50 people?
Yeah, I listened to that and I was very much worried. Remember, CBC is center-learned. We are looking into the competencies, knowledge, skill, and attitude. As a teacher, are you competent enough to practice the competencies? Are you competent enough to practice?
All right, we'll switch your mic in just a bit. But yeah.
Najua kuna mtihani hapa, manake walimu ambao watu wanawasaidia wakisema kwamba wana mzigo wenyewe wanasema kwamba.
It is on. Yeah, are you competent enough to be a problem solver who can take that task as yours and come up with a problem? You have told the child to go and download and print. Take a picture when you are washing the utensil. That child, through creativity and imagination, can draw himself, color himself when they are washing utensils. And at the end of the day, the outcome has been achieved through the competency of the teacher. That is why we need teachers to be retooled, to be trained, to take it into the practice in class. I saw in the report
labda pengine tu nataka kupitisha kwa sauti, maana kuna jambo limezungumzwa pale, maana katibu anashangaa, anasema mabadiliko yamekuja kuwasaidia walimu, na anashangaa nyinyi walimu wenyewe hata mjui faida ya mabadiliko. Sasa hapa pana mtihani.
Asante.
Go ahead. It's on.
Asante sana. I've had the Secretary General, but I want to qualify myself. And I focused myself on junior school to senior school. I have no problem with the learning areas at primary and pre-primary. Those ones can be reduced based on the age. But I'm looking at the preparatory transitional stage, where this child must be exposed to a wide range of competences so that we are able to identify where is this child's niche to be able to place him or her at the right senior school. So when we are talking about, the biggest challenge this country has is conflicting curriculum issues with issues of infrastructure and issues of manpower. The challenge we are having today of not having enough teachers should not lead us to make decisions that will affect our children in future. What we need to do, and which my Secretary General should do, is to ensure that the government is able to employ more teachers across in the all learning areas so that we are able to expose our children.
Shikilia hapo kaende. Mnafikiri maoni yako manake?
Asante. Nilikuwa tu nataka kuleta hoja kama ya mwenzangu Indimuli. Ndiyo, walimu walikuwa na pika kelele kwamba learning areas zilikuwa nyingi. Lakini kweli tukisema tunapunguza hizi learning areas wakati huu, tutakosea tena. Jinsi tulipokosea wakati ya mfumo wa 844. Pendekezo langu kufuatia na mwenzangu Indimuli venye amesema ni kwamba pengine grade ya 7 wanafunzi hao wakuwa exposed kwa hizi 14 learning areas, then wafanye selection. Kwamba sasa wamekuwa assessed, wameenda through, na tumeona kweli huyu anatosha wapi na wapi.
Hapo sawa. Anthony, let me hear what you have to say. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I think my greatest concern here, because I've seen we have all the stakeholders in the education sector, I think the first thing which we can be able to address is that this CBC is quite unsustainable, simply because it is very expensive, even to parents. And the reason as to why we do not support it is because even as university students, we, myself representing Kenya University Students Organization, we were not consulted. And remember, university students, or even students in general, they are the key stakeholders of this process. They are the receiving end. So I feel like as we go forward, for it to be sustainable, we need to be incorporated in the decision-making process.
Okay. Na nataka mpitishie dada ambaye anashughulika na masuala ya special needs hapo karibu. Pitisha tu hiyo microphone hapo tuweze kuuliza swali. Mbali na masuala ya kupunguzwa masomo, kuna hoja ile ya kwamba sasa hivi sisi tukisoma kwa tunataka kwenda katika shule ya kitaifa. Mapendekezo yaliyopo ni kwamba tutakuwa tunaondoa zile hadhi kwamba in national school ni nini na kwamba tunaziondoa kabisa. Kimaoni yako zitasaidia ama zitaleta ushindani kwa wanafunzi darasani?
To me, I think zitasaidia because we'll no longer have the competition that because remember one of the reason why we actually going to CBC is reduce the competition that we have of even when you're looking for schools, the most important thing is what was the mean grade. So that is what we actually want to kill in this country. And we want to concentrate on the competencies of the child without the competition. But also talking about special needs, because I might not get the mic again. You see, in special needs is an individualized education program. In special needs, you don't talk about a curriculum because it's about an individual. And the most important thing is to look at a child and see what is this that they are good at. Okay. And now ensure that you maximize on that. Needs, we have Sanoe back there. So Sion, that's behind you. Just give him the microphone so that we hear from him. He's the deputy in charge of programs, Kenya Institute of Special Education. What is missing when it comes to special education and CBC?
I think we could be saying what is good about it. Because for us in special needs education, we find quite a good curriculum. Essentially, CBC has come to allow learners with special needs and disabilities to especially get what we expect them to be getting. We have got now a different pathway called the stage-based pathway, where you allow learners to progress on their own pace, instead of pushing them that every year you have to move to the next grade. We are saying move when you have acquired the competencies that you need. Okay. If the requirement was for you to tie your shoes, your shoelace, if the requirement was for you to do buttoning your shirt, even if it takes 2 years, that is what is important for you. Rather than pushing them to do the academics, that will not give them anything in life. Okay. So for us, we are saying CBC has come to deliver what we want for learners with special needs and disabilities.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, it's fine.
Thank you very much, Trevor and Rashid. My question is, at whose cost are we going to, continue buying things that parents basically cannot afford on a daily basis? At whose cost? Because it's the parent who is supposed to pay. And if the kid is in public school, practically you're not supposed to be spending a lot of money. So that's my first question. And my second comment is that let us be, open-minded to reducing subjects once we find that the interest of our kid is not in some of the subjects that they study all along, because that is practically wastage of time. So let us be adapting the China way of educating the...
Okay. Professor Njenga, let me bring in Professor Njenga Munene, the VCZ Tech here. And now this is a whole different transition, because the transition is coming in 6 years' time. But are you, as universities, ready? Or should you also be retooled the way there's a proposal to retool teachers for another year?
Thank you very much, Obija. I want to talk about what we are doing at ZTech University. The Commission for University Education wrote to the universities for us to start preparing for CBC. And therefore what we are doing is that we are retooling all our staff to be ready for CBC. They have gone through several trainings and is going to continue for the next 2 to 3 years to ensure that by the time the CBC classes come in 2029, the first cohort when they are expected to be in a university, that we shall be ready. And that is happening. I don't know what is happening in the other universities, but that is what we are doing in Zitech University. And we are very ready for the cohort that is going to come. And therefore, I would only encourage that other universities also follow suit.
Na kuna swali nimeweza kuzungumza na pengine Dr. Frida za kuchangia pia hili ni kwamba Ndimuli amesema na huwa amesema kwamba kama kuna shida ya walimu ni vizuri tuongeze walimu kuliko kupunguza masomo, kwa sababu unakupunguza masomo unakwepa shida, lakini uje angalia future ya mtoto darasani.
Thank you very much, Rashid. First of all, I want to concur with my colleague and the Vice Chancellor that as I speak, I'm representing JKUAT, which is Jomo Kenyatta University, under the TVET. Let me first of all say that TVETs are now adopting what we are calling the competence-based education training. That is what TVET is doing. And that shows the transition that we are going to have from the CBC to the TVETs and to the university. So these competencies that we are developing, we are looking at the talents that these kids are going to have. So for example, if you're at junior school and you choose a pre-technical course and you want to move to the TVET Institute, you'll be adopted, or we are going to take you for that course. So what I want to say is that the government has focused, especially on technical TVET institution, we are focusing more on competencies. I like the idea that he gave, can you tie your shoe or not? Yeah. So if you're training welders, can you hold that machine? Are you able to do it? Okay. If you're looking at a baker, somebody who wants to bake, can you be able to do the same? So we are looking at the competences that these kids are going to have, and this is going to transit all the way to the universities and even to the TVET institutions.
Galgalo, are we reducing the number of teachers here? Or are we reducing the number of subjects because we don't have enough teachers, or is it because they are unnecessary? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. One, before we come to teachers, we look at competency. What is competency? Competency encompasses teachers, adequate teachers, infrastructure, that is classroom, internet connectivity, because there is a practical lesson concerning that. We need adequate learning and teaching material, which is required for competency. Since you lack all these facilities, how do you talk of competency? Somebody is saying the government should employ more teachers. It has been a perennial issue. It has been a problem. If I mention one county, which is within the central, I'm sorry to say that, they are overstaffed by 200 teachers. And yet you are saying employ more teachers to equip even more teachers of those counties. While in Asal, actually 2 teachers against 8 classes, or even 1 teacher against 8 classes. And how do you measure the competency with the lack of all these facilities? That is one. 2 is about assessment, quality of assessment. Somebody was mentioning that even in the university, people do assessment. Yes, they do assessment. It is correct. But with correct teachers teaching the relevant subject, and at the end of it all, there is what we call moderation, where everybody harmonizes all those. These professors will agree with me. They harmonize through moderation. Do we have that kind of moderation in the teaching fraternity? Second, the other issue is about 844 system, where people said it was initially a practical lesson. But later on, it was rationalized down, and the final result was as you have heard. People are changing from one goalpost to another. And actually, we are not interpreting from the same script. Actually, there is a margin, a great margin. The other thing is, even in the curriculum development, if you go to KICD, I have gone to a classroom just to assess a book. I look at a book, and I can quote you, there is a book which is written by Longhorn Christian Religious Education, which is Lana's book, and it is grade 6, page 41. Page 41, and they can attest to that one, approved by KICD, and they said, download, watch the video clip. Download the video clip with your parents. and the teachers with the parents. And the literacy rate of those ASAL counties is 8%. Literacy, 8%. While in the general term of Kenya, it is about 82. That disparity. Let me just finish my statement.
Very briefly,
because you might not give me another time. So I have to exhaust because I'm really irritated by this. Then the other one is about swimming pool recommendation. What kind of practical lesson do you go in ASAL when the water is scarcity, when there is pasture not there, and the children are following 40 kilometers to look for this water, and then you are recommending swimming pool, and the teacher himself doesn't know how to impart that knowledge to a learner. And at the same time, the school doesn't have a swimming pool. Leave alone even the swim. I, as a professor, or even my brother here, he doesn't have a swimming pool. But here, KICD are recommending the swimming pool. You know? And then they said, download internet. When the school doesn't have internet, even the parents, kama wako na kabambe, what kind of internet? They don't have a smartphone. Okay. Then the last but not least, on education, National Education Board and ESCAC, which is Educational Standard and Quality Assurance Council, is not in operation. What kind of quality assessment do you do to that effect?
All right.
What is very important is the access.
Yes.
Is the access.
All right, Gal. Yeah. There's a lot to talk about in this, but let's cross over back to Jael Liet at the Mwananchi studio. We'll come back to this and have a conversation on CBC. Jael?
Yeah, interesting conversation happening right there. But then also we still have the university students here in this studio. And they're also weighing in on this conversation, just getting to know their thoughts as much as they are university students. But some of them are on the fading out of this education system. What are your thoughts about the reforms that have been recommended by the working group? I'll start off with you.
Thank you so much, Jael. I think the recommendations that have been given by the by this task force, so many of them, I don't think the people are consulted. But then again, they can't all be wrong, because I feel some of them they are the right recommendations. Because when Professor Munavu and his team are recommending that we have one permanent council to be checking education all through, so that every president who comes doesn't again come in with another commission. For example, you remember that we had the Fatuma Chege commission, and the reports on all those commissions are piling up dust in probably in some shelf somewhere. So it's important that we have that one permanent council. Secondly, probably as I wind up, Jael, I would say that instead of introducing a mandatory kind of forced NYS training, I would feel that, because normally that happens in countries that are normally at war. So in our country, we are very peaceful, unless probably we want to go up against Somalia and other.
No, you're talking about the community service now.
Yes. I feel that instead of probably getting us into that, we could substitute it with entrepreneurship program, because where we are going, we need more of people who can actually go out there, and instead of probably getting a job, waiting for the government to provide for them employment, then they can start something of their own. So I feel that entrepreneurship program would be way better than us going the NYS
way. Yeah. And on that one, looking at the preparation, CBC preparing students for the next phase, and you're at the universities, do you think the students at the CBC level are well prepared for higher learning, for the institutions of higher learning?
Thank you so much, Jael. For me, I would say that CBC program would make a lot of sense if it is well implemented. Because the questions and our worry is do we have enough teachers who are trained? Do we have enough resources? Because you find you have told a student or a pupil to go and take a picture, whereas parents back at home, they don't have a smartphone, or maybe they require something that you have told them to research on, they require internet. And I would like to say this, that the only vaccine to poverty in this world is education. Through education, that's when we will eradicate poverty. But we cannot make education contradicted, and we are expecting to move on. So when we contradict the whole system of education, which is holding the future of this country, the future is contradicted. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And finally, from you, Teddy, just getting ready for the job market CBC, all the trainings and all the models that have been put in place, are our children getting ready for the job market? Are you ready for the job market?
Practically, CBC is not actually going to culminate into what the professionals are actually talking about. Because when you look at preparedness, they have talked about facilities, they have talked about the personnel that are going to drive this particular course. I don't really see the youth getting ready for the market, the job market. And of course, for a punchline, the root cause for all these problems, it still comes back to the comrades, the high fees. And I would like to urge that just as we had issued our statement, that our parents or the parents that are bringing their children to universities for first year might be able to raise those amounts in as much as they are huge for first year. But these parents will not be able to sustain the same through raising funds through families, through relatives and circles. And so, because the majority of the students at the university are the youth, you have to remember that you are youthful and the youth are very energetic, very radical, and very persuasive. We must step in and fight for our future. We must step in and fight for the coming generation. We are now getting divided that, for the continuing students, this is not going to affect you. It is going to affect those who are coming behind you so that you remain silent. That is wrong. Right now, accommodation fees, tuition fees have been multiplied, to the continuing students in different universities. So if you think that it is not affecting you, know that it is affecting you, and we have to come out.
Thank you, Teddy. Thank you, all the university student leaders that are here in the studio with us. And as they say, it's all about taking it to the very end, not starting up something and then leaving it hanging at somewhere in between. So thank you very much for your thoughts and for speaking for the university or higher students population in the country. So back to the government studio, Yvonne and Lincoln.
Na shukran sana kwa mazungumzo hayo, na bila shaka kuna wataalam katika studio yetu hii ambao tajibu maswali ambayo yameulizwa pale, na tuna Professor Charles Ongondo ambaye anasimamia KICD ambayo ndio yasimamia masuala ya mtaala wa elimu, na pia tuna Dr. Davis Njagera ambaye anasimamia baraza la mitihani hapa nchini NEC, atajibu maswali kuhusiana na masuala ya kuwatahini wanafunzi wetu, na pia tunaye Dr. Ruben Ntamburi ambaye anasimamia masuala ya ubora wa elimu katika tume ya kuajiri walimu nchini TSC, na amerejea pia studioni Dr. Elias Abdi. Professor Charles Ongondo kutoka KICD, labda tuanze pale katika swala la kupunguza idadi ya masomo. Ni msingi upi ulitumika pale? Ni baadhi ya masuala yapi ambayo mliangalia ndipo mkasema tutapunguza masomo haya kutoka 14 hadi 9? Haya 6 ambayo yanaondolewa, mlitumia criteria gani kuyaondoa?
Asante sana Lincoln. Utaniruhusu ni kujibu kwa lugha ya
Kiswahili,
Kiingereza. Hilo ndio lugha nilisomea nikalipia.
Lugha unaizungumza iko sawa sana, inaeleweka vizuri sana.
Itaendelea
wazazi wakuelewe vizuri.
KICD was represented in the Presidential Working Party for Education Reforms. And therefore, we were part of the conversation from the beginning. We went round with the party and listened to stakeholders in different parts of the country. And one of the things that emerged, which we could not close our ears to, was that because of the too many learning areas, the parents were feeling that CBC was expensive. And so one of the reasons of addressing the complaint or the perception of the cost of living was to rationalize the learning areas. Another issue that arose, as I heard Professor Odote mention earlier, was that learners were beginning to say, and some teachers that there was an overload. They were overloaded and therefore needed a little more time to rest or a few more breaks. So how did we arrive at the numbers? If you look at the report of the Presidential Working Party, it says KICD should rationalize the learning areas. It proceeds to say should look at the scope and the sequence and the curriculum designs. So what we are doing, just to assure the country, is not scrapping, is not killing learning areas as some people have said. We are rationalizing. One of the ways we are doing this is looking at some learning areas which have related strands and sub-strands and saying this could be accommodated within one learning area. And I'll give you some examples. You look at a learning area at junior school, like health education, and then you say there's a lot of overlap between some of the issues that we are dealing with in health education that could be accommodated within the broader area of science. And that doesn't mean there was a mistake in coming up with health education, because when you are coming at the learning area, you think about identity, you are thinking about prominence, you are thinking about consistency with what the rest of the world is doing. I'll give you a second example and then we leave there. The second example would be an area like life skills, where when you now look at it a bit more keenly, then you realize that some of the areas could be accommodated within what we call social studies. And that goes on for the lower primary, upper primary and junior school.
Kidogo pale ndipo Kahi Ndimuli anaingilia.
Yes.
Na ameuliza swali kwamba mnapopunguza haya masomo katika levels ambazo umezizungumzia pale, unamwachia mwanafunzi na nafasi chache sana za kuweza kufanya uamuzi kama angependa kwenda katika masuala ya sayansi, sanaa, social science na kadhalika. Hivi ingekuwa ni afadhali kulingana na Kahi Ndimuli tuwe na masomo mengi zaidi katika ngazi hii, ndipo iwe rahisi kwa mwanafunzi kuchagua?
Wacha niseme hatupunguzi. Ile tunafanya ni kuchukua strand kutoka kwa somo lingine na kuweka kwa somo lingine, making sure that the critical competencies that the learners are supposed to have are not lost, making sure that we have still given the learners adequate exposure to be able to choose the specific pathways they want to go to. Let me give you a small example. Learning areas mutate. So if you look at pre-primary level, we have only 5. It is from those 5 that they mutate to what has been suggested now to be 8. From those 8, they go to 9. So what we are calling science, for example, in junior school, if you go to senior school, we shall get biology out of it. We shall get chemistry out of it. We shall get physics out of it. So it means that at the junior school, we must make sure that we have put all those elements so that even as the learner moves to senior school and now meets biology, they are not completely surprised. Okay. They have experienced some parts of it at that level. So that care has been taken to ensure that the competencies, the values, and even the learner-centered pedagogies that CBC anticipates have been taken care of.
All right, let's talk about the retooling of teachers, for a moment. Bwana Ruben, perhaps you could speak to the issue of this. Do we have enough trained teachers for CBC? And we understand there's retooling going on. Could you talk to us about just what sort of skills are required of the teachers?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Yvonne. I want to say that when we started the competency-based teacher training, from 2018, we have been doing training of teachers on a continuous basis. I want to say that training of teachers is not a one-off aspect, as it has been said. It is continuous. We do either a 5 days training, and our curriculum support officers who are at the zonal level visit the schools within the zone to continue offering more professional support to the teachers so that they can be able to teach and be able to even and demonstrate what is required to the learners. So this is an exercise that is ongoing. It is not a one-off exercise. Number two, the teachers are already trained to teach. Competence-based curriculum is basically a methodology on learner-centered approach. And teachers, from their pre-service training, they went through that. So what we are doing now is retooling them and telling them, yes, the new curriculum designs that have been developed by KICD, then they are supposed to be handled this way. We are talking about core competencies. How do the teachers develop the core competencies? So we are looking at the new method of teaching, or what we are calling the pedagogical content knowledge. How a teacher impacts that to the learners. Those are the kind of issues that are coming on board. And also the new way of assessing. Because now we have different aspects of assessments that have come on board. So the teachers are being retooled in those areas so that they can be able to deliver as expected. Finally, there is the question of values. The question of the community service learning, the question of the pertinent and the contemporary issues that are affecting the society. These are new aspects that have come in the curriculum, and the teachers are being retooled in order to be able to deliver.
All right.
And as I've indicated, it is a continuous process.
All right. And you mentioned, assessments, and we heard from Dr. Collins Orote, who was in the Presidential Working Party, and he did mention that, summative examinations, it is a written exam. And so, Mr. Njagere, I'd like to then talk about this idea of summative examinations. They still form a huge part of the grading system under CBC, and I thought one of the reasons of going into CBC was that it would be less focused on examinations such as these. Perhaps you could speak to us about this, because we had this over-reliance on examination as a way of gauging understanding and competence, but we still see elements of that in CBC as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Yvonne. From the outset, and using global standards in assessment, there is no system in the world that does pure formative assessment. There is always an aspect of summative assessment. Now, what has happened is that we have created a very healthy balance between the formative and the summative assessment. So if you have to take formative assessment to be assessment for learning, so that while the learner is still within the system or within the cycle, if it's primary or junior or senior, there is an assessment that is helping inform how the learner is progressing and feeding back to the learner and helping them to improve on the areas where they need to improve. If you look at KIPSEA, for example, the balance between the summative and the formative, there is more of formative, which is 60%, and summative is 40%. But as you move towards grade 12, which is going to be more for certification, then the marks for summative goes a little higher, and the marks for formative goes lower to 30. So we are not saying that we will have pure summative. There will be a balance between the summative and the formative.
Thank you for that. Maybe, just to get a summary or, a clear understanding of this, Dr. Abdi, who will be in charge of the overall implementation of this report?
Thank you for that. I wanted just to clarify a few things before I respond to that. The issues raised from the stakeholders, especially we heard that parents were not involved I just want to confirm that parents were part of the Presidential Working Party. I know we had a parent, for example, from Donholm Primary, another from Nairobi Primary, other primary schools, secondary schools. So in terms of consultation and everything to do with stakeholder participation, I think that was done very well. But again, the issue of infrastructure has also been raised and support to schools. All I just want to say is that in the last financial year, the infrastructure allocation for primary education was around 120 million. But this year, it has been, increased by 6 times, 740 million. For for secondary education, the infrastructure allocation to our schools has been 1.6 billion the last financial year. This year, the allocation is 3.2 billion. And so there's a lot of, investment in this area. And if you look at, for example, circulars that we have just released in form of what the parents were saying, especially for the junior secondary education, we even have provisions in the capitation for schools to buy laboratory materials, materials for practicals under CPC, assessment, stationaries, capacity building even for teachers is catered for within the government financing. So I just want people to be aware of that. And in terms of capitation, junior secondary school, the whole, we are allocating 15,042 shillings per child. And so that is really very critical. About this report and the way forward, I think during the launch, His Excellency has already made directives. The Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, will be in charge. But we'll get support, of course, from the Attorney General and the rest of the government, machineries. And so the Cabinet Secretary, in the next coming days, definitely you'll be hearing of a lot of pronouncements. Because the report was launched on the 1st of August, and this is the 9th of August. And so there's a team working behind the scenes, technical officers putting things together, and so the report will be implemented as directed.
Kuna kitu Bwana Elias wengi wamekipata kwa mara ya kwanza kabisa, hasa wale ambao ni wazazi wa kileo, community service learning. Tuzungumzia nini hasa?
Thank you very much. I know in Kenya, when we talk of community service learning, the first thing that comes into our mind is NYS.
NYS, yes.
But community service learning is not NYS. As the Minister of Education, we have good experience, and there are a number of even our schools that are even implementing community service learning. At the ministry, in the year 2014 to 2016, we have been running a program called, G United, Greatness United, where we were getting, university graduates, and we posted them to around 22 counties, 1,600 of them, in 800 primary schools, and they were assisting schools in foundational learning, early literacy and numeracy. And these graduates, one condition was that they will not work in their home counties. We posted them to other counties. And then as they were assisting the schools, they were even living with families from those communities. So community service learning is a civic duty where, for example, the graduates, join families, they give back to communities. They, for example, one good example is for example, Estrehe Boys. Estrehe Boys, for some time, has been implementing community service learning. Students will pick where they want to go to, if it's a hospital, for example, or they want to work in a government facility.
So sorry, because I just want to get understanding. This will be done by the schools, because there's the one for 3 months, and then there's the 9-month community service. So where are they domiciled? Who is running these community service programs? Does that happen within the schools they're in, or?
In terms of implementation, what the report says is we implement community service learning 9 months after tertiary education, and then 3 months after senior. So in terms of the details and how exactly it will be implemented, that is what now the implementation team will take up. But I just want to assure the country that community service learning is not NYS. It is not, you have to return back to community, do something within the community, work in maybe, places where your effort is required in terms of maybe schools, government offices, You can go there as a student, maybe assist in a government facility, in hospital, in an orphanage, you know, and give back to society. You participate in tree planting, and then you are certified and you are given a certificate. The case of the school I was just referring to, for example, the students go and participate in community service learning, and where they have been working, they are given a report. And the school, at times even in the assembly, they read that report about this child and what the child has been doing. So this is what we are talking about in terms of community service learning.
Na kabla tujamaliza, Bwana Ruben, swala hili la quality assurance limehamishwa sasa Wizara ya Elimu. Mlikuwa mlishughulika katika TSC. Waunga mkono wazo hilo?
Those are the recommendations of
the working party.
Yes.
Kwamba mambo ya ubora wa elimu.
And as he has Arias has indicated, the issue of how the implementation will be done is an issue of a what we are calling a consultative aspect. So there are quite a number of consultations that are being done so that we align the things as they are required to make sure the education system runs smoothly.
Okay.
Yes.
Nafikiri tutamatishie pale kwa sababu ya muda, lakini tuseme asante sana kwa kupata muda wenu na kuweza kujibu maswali ambayo yameibuka kutoka kwa washirikadau tofauti, na bila shaka ni mjadala mkuu sana huu wa elimu ya msingi na pia elimu ya juu ile ambayo tumezungumzia hapo awali. Shukran kwa wakati wenu.
And now over to you, Sam Gituku and Mashirima Kapombe.
Naam, shukran Yvonne kutoka studio hiyo. Sasa tunataka kuwapatia pia nafasi wataalamu wetu waweze kutupatia kauli zao za mwisho. Na nitaanza na wewe Daktari Kilemi Mwiria. Unaweza kutueleza kuhusiana na hili swala la kugharamia elimu, kwamba kila miaka inavisonga, kuna ile bajeti ambayo imesomwa mwaka huu, takriban shilingi bilioni 628.6 zikiwa zimetengewa elimu. Lakini kadri miaka inavisonga, hizi fedha ama hii gharama ya elimu inazidi kuongezeka. Serikali inapaswa kufanya nini kuhakikisha kwamba kwanza wanapata hizi fedha ambazo wanaziratibu kwenye bajeti, kisha la pili hizi pesa zinatumika ipasavyo?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This issue about money, education is about money. A lot of people have said that. And it's what you put in the system. And one issue we have, of course, is the use of the resources that they go to those institutions. Uses in terms of what is bought, books and so on, but also the time. Our teachers there all the time. So that's an issue, of inefficiency. But let me just, because now we are living in hustler times, let me speak for the hustler child and the educational disadvantage of the hustler kid. The hustler kid will not matter whether they're in CBC, 844, or the system I went through. They can fit in any system. They are survivors. But it's unfair, even to talk about funding university education when very few of them can actually make it. It is very unfair to say that to get into university, a child from a day school in Garissa requires a C+, like a child from Mango High School. It's very unfair to say that to qualify for medicine, a child from a day school in West Pokot needs the same cluster points, the same grade as a kid from, Kagumo High School. This is a monumental injustice, completely. So, what am I suggesting? We must differentiate the qualifications, the grades that we require. If you are from a day school, someplace in Mandera, a C+ is good enough for you to enter university. But it should be a B or higher for one from Kenya High School. If you are from a school in Mandera, someplace, a day school, if you've got a B, you should be able to do medicine compared to a student who has an A from another school, and so on and so on. It also should translate into what is available in terms of scholarships. We have a lot of scholarships from friendly governments. Why should we allow children, non-hustlers, who can afford to pay for that education overseas, to take those scholarships? I would recommend that all those scholarships should go to day school kids. When we do this, day schools will also be popular. Parents will realize, so my child can go to a day school in Tigania West and make it to university to do medicine. And this affirmative action should extend to employment. Because while a kid from an hustler family is more likely to be able not only to buy a university degree through the degree program, they will also be able to buy a job on graduation. A hustler kid will not have the money to do that. It's extremely important. Since we live in hustler times, we begin to think how we can get them to be competitive and to be able to take advantage of opportunities, both in education and on graduation.
All right, and Dr. Manyasa, because of this idea, you called it an aspiration the other time that we were here, that to make the secondary schools or the senior schools to be STEM-based. Do you have that capacity? Because once a student has gone to a STEM school, 60% of them, you'd also imagine that they should get to a university to study a science-based course. Do you have the capacity for that higher education, but also to absorb them in an economy that you find a lot of people are not necessarily in the science areas?
Thank you, Sam. I think that it is a good aspiration to have to create more scientists in the country and therefore power our industrialization. But it's also important for us to be realistic in the timing of the transition and remind ourselves that the children we are talking about being 60% in STEM are currently in some of these schools we've seen that don't even have a classroom, leave alone a laboratory, from where we can start to nurture their potential to be in the STEM stream. That is one. Two, it's important to understand that if you look at our institutions of learning, both schools and universities, they are currently mostly populated by teachers and lecturers who are not in STEM. And the transition process of therefore creating the manpower to support 60% of our learners in STEM will take time. And for me, it is also important to look at the cost implication of doing that, because if we are going to create labs in the schools where there aren't, we need time, we need resources to be able to invest. So that we are careful not to create STEM in name, where people have gone through a physics course. I have my own cousin who trained in motor vehicle mechanics in a small polytechnic that did not have a car. To this day, he can't even drive. He's a mechanic. He did a trade test and passed, but he cannot start a car. We don't want to do that because that will not add value to our society. So for me, there's a question that was asked in the other studio about who is going to be responsible for implementation of this report. And it's a question that we've had about who is going to be responsible for implementation of CBC. Because we can't have it be with the CS. The CS is not supposed to be a technical person involved in the nuts and bolts. The PSCs are 3 of them, so everyone has a different segment. We need an entity that will do consistent and constant troubleshooting of all the challenges that will emerge alongside the journey of implementing this curriculum until the first graduate leaves university. Because we are on a learning journey, everyone is learning, everyone is encountering new challenges. We need a structure that will oversee the implementation to the end of this process.
Bila shaka Janet, kuna hili swala la kuwafundisha walimu, kwa ripoti hii wanaita retooling ambayo inafanyika, lakini swali ni je, ni kipi ambacho kinafanyika zaidi kwa wale walimu ambao watahitajika katika senior school pamoja na wale ambao watawashughulikia baada ya miaka 6 wale watoto ambao watakuwa wanaingia katika vyuo vikuu?
Thank you so much. And I think the question of retooling, nowadays it's about changing names. We are no longer saying about building capacities of people. Now we are saying we are retooling. And I think the question of retooling teachers has been spoken a lot about. And I remember especially when CBC was receiving a lot of beating, the issue was that teachers have not been involved, teachers have not been retooled. But then when the Presidential Working Party came on board, I saw data going around, and it was indicating that so many teachers had actually been reached out to, and so many teachers had been inducted about CBC. I even saw an admission from the teacher trainers that part of the training for you to become a teacher, you're trained on a cross-section of so many issues. So essentially, it is not like a teacher is not going to be prepared by the time they're getting out of college to implement CBC. And in that regard, I want to speak to the silent TOR that the Presidential Working Party, I know they were working on. And I think it is the TOR of wanting to make this regime look like there's a game changer or there are things that are happening differently. And I want to say that you really cannot do that with education and health. They are really systemic in nature. And so the excitement of wanting to look good or excitement of wanting to look like we are making things happen is not going to take anybody anywhere. And case in point is like what we are seeing about the reforms in higher education. I call them reforms because we are not addressing the problem. We are told the problem is because the universities were almost dying. Why were universities dying? If those issues as to why the universities were dying have not been addressed, and the issues are in discipline, in the manner in which people spent money. You had universities buying buildings every corner of the world, and then they could not attract more learners. If those issues are not addressed, then definitely this is not going to go anywhere. And then we have not even addressed the issue. The issue is government's lack of commitment to funding higher education. Now, what have we done? We have now removed the burden from the government, and we have thrown the burden at the parents. What will that do? In the short run, it looks like the government is a genius, that like it has won. But 2-3 years down the line, you will have so many children who will be dropping out of school. You will have parents. You cannot say that because universities have got loans, now you use parents that have got loans and that are paying taxes to bail out universities. Right. So in short, what we are saying is the approach in which we give things, education and health and a sector like agriculture, they are so systemic. Let government settle down and let us see real investment. Why I'm at a loss is because today, even when the Presidential Working Party was going around, everybody knew that there were finance implications. But show me the budget of today. Show me where the only thing that we have is a promise that we shall increase capitation. When shall we do that? It cannot happen this year, because we do not have even talk of a supplementary budget. We're talking about next year. In essence, what we're saying is that this particular government, for 2 good years, it is not going to do anything about the improvement that we are seeing here. So in short, we're saying, can we be practical, and then can we be more systemic, and let's just settle down. You are in government now, you are the ones in charge, settle down and do the job.
Yeah. All right. And Dr. Mugo, as we wind up, so much, very big on promise. The teacher shortage is put at 111,000. The budget is there. Of course, they're saying that it will cost 74 billion shillings extra to employ more teachers. Do you think we have established what the problem is, and have we come up with a proper solution to all these challenges in the education sector?
Actually, what masks that teacher shortage is that the TVET trainers that we are lacking are not counted. And so if we look at it holistically on both teachers and at all levels, and we exclude early childhood development also, and so the estimations we have really are far below bar. And unless if we address all these things holistically, as Janet says, it's very easy to get excited and excite people. We have a new system. But actually, it is a system that continues to propagate the same challenges we were trying to resolve. The challenge of not learning, too much schooling without learning. A lot of our conversation for the last 4 hours has been around inputs. But what will matter at last is the graduate we produce. Do they have the competencies that we are looking for? So even our reporting, we want to hear less of how much money we are putting in, how many classrooms we are constructing. We want to hear the child in grade 3, that in grade 7 and so on, have these kind of competencies, and this is what they are lacking. Okay. The aspect of teachers is extremely critical. But overall, the Presidential Working Committee has focused very well, I think, on education as an island. And my problem is that so many problems that inhibit success of the education sector are not domiciled in the sector itself. Okay. Aspects of food. Why should education be dealing with school feeding when we have a whole ministry? Why should we be battling with infrastructure? A head teacher is turned into a contractor, an engineer. They are trained. They should be in class leading instruction. What is the Minister of Public Works doing? And so I think as long as, we have heard about water, why should schools be concerned about power and water when we have ministries? Okay. So I think this and the whole aspect of value, expecting that now we have value-based education, we're excited. Children will learn values in school when out here, In Parliament, in State House, we are not practicing those values. We are cheating ourselves, and we are expecting what education cannot produce.
And Professor Odote, as we wind up, is this the last report about matters education? And what to make sure that this is the last one?
Thank you. Please allow me to speak about two other things very quickly. The first is, I think Janet has spoken about a silent TOR. And she says she knows we are working on a silent TOR. At least I know she was not a member of the working party. So I can speak on behalf of my other 42 colleagues. Our responsibility was not to make government look bad, neither was it to make it look good. Our responsibility was to answer the TORs that were given, and none of the ones she's spoken about was the TORs given to us. That's number one. The second one is the question about retooling. I think we speak about retooling for primary and secondary schools, but just as this show was going on, colleagues at the Faculty of Law, where I teach, were busy asking, so how will we teach CBC kids when they arrive at the university? Making the point that retooling is even necessary for lecturers too. So I think that's the spirit we need to look at it. My last one, it is going to be the last report. If you look at the report, we have a table that shows how many reports we have had over the years. Very, very many reports. And if you look at some of the things we have recommended, you see some of them are a carryover from the previous reports. I think I was looking, for example, at a report where Janet sat, the one of Fatuma Chege. You will see some of the things that were there. I was looking at the one for Kilemi. You'll see some of the things that were there. I think the challenge for us moving forward as a country is not whether there will be another report or not, but to what extent we are faithful as a country in terms of implementing the recommendations that have been given. And that's a task that I think all of us leaving this studio, I think the Working Party has finished its work. It is now the responsibility of the different stakeholders and all of us Kenyans to ensure that the good things in this report are implemented, so that 5 years down the road, we don't come back. The place I agree with Janet is I think the future of our kids is too important to play politics with. I think we all must rally together to be able to ensure we implement the recommendations in a manner that benefits this country.
Kibarua hapa katika utekelezwaji.
And of course, we thank you so much for your time, but let's hear from Trevor and Rashid in their stakeholder studio as we get the final remarks.
Na bila shaka shukran sana Samgi. Tuko na Mashirima, nafikiri ni dakika za lala salama, lakini tutajaribu kupata maoni ya wadau hapa ndani ili tuhakikishe tumeweza kufanikisha mjadala huu. Labda nije na ndugu yangu Daktari Paul Wanjoi ambaye pia vileweza kuchangia, ambaye anawakilisha UWASU. Umeyasikia mengi yameweza kuzungumzwa. Kimaoni yako, CBC ifanywe nini ndio iwe bora zaidi?
Asante sana. Nasema kwamba kwanza nawashukuru nyote kwa sababu ya kutuleta pamoja hivi. Na tuseme kama ingelitendeka hivi hata kabla ya CBC kuanzishwa tungekuwa bali sana. Lakini kwa maoni ambayo yametolewa na watu wengi, lile ambalo ningelitaka kushagia ni msasi kutoka Kibra. Alielia kwamba walimu wa CBC wanazidi kunona na kuitisha vitu ambavyo havifai. Niseme ya kwamba mambo haya yote yatendeka kwa sababu wazazi na tuseme nchi yote haijafahamishwa vema kuhusu CBC, kwa sababu shule ambayo imeidhinishwa kuendeleza mambo ya masomo haipaswi kuwa na walimu ambao wanafanya yale mambo. Tukose kupaka CBC matope, na kama watu hawaielewi, tafadhali ni vema waijue. Tena katika ile report tuseme kuna jambo moja tu ambalo ningeligusia kuhusu watoto ambao wanasomea katika shule zile zinapatikana katika slums. Haikugusia zaidi kuhusu vile wale watoto ambao wako katika shule za ABET watasaidika, kwa sababu tukisema mambo ya equity na inclusivity, hiyo haijatajwa vyema. Na kwa hivyo, kwa sababu tumeambiwa kuna process ambayo itafuatiliwa ili yale mambo yote yaweze kutekelezwa, ningeliomba wote ambao wanatusikiza, na ninafurahi kwa sababu sote tuko hapa, tuhakikishe ya kwamba watoto ambao wako katika the low income estates and their sons like the professor here, wote wameshughulikiwa. Asante sana.
Let's bring in Solomon Munene from the Kenya Private Schools Association. And Professor Odote was speaking just a few moments ago, saying his own lecturers, colleagues are asking him whether they'll be retooled to take in the CBC learners. What are you doing as the Private Schools Association, and will that 1 year retooling be enough for the teachers?
Thank you very much for that question of retooling. Let me first and foremost say that as Kenya Private Schools Association, we play a very critical role to complement the government effort to provide education to our Kenyan children. And for that matter, we believe that at this moment now, what we are talking about, it is implementation of the CBC and the challenges that we are maybe experiencing in that implementation. And we have talked about teachers retooling, shortage of teachers. We need to have more teachers, employ more teachers. If you have to implement the CBC well, we are talking about infrastructure. The government is saying is increasing more budgetary allocation on infrastructure. We need more learning equipment because CBC, if you are to be able to nurture the potential in all learners, then we have to expose them in a lot of learning activities, which requires those learning equipment. And for that matter, as I finish, there are many solutions, but I will suggest one, which is collaboration. Okay. We can collaborate very well, so that we can have even the TVET institutions and other producing those materials for CBC. We can also have the government having the tax incentives, like duty-free, to import some of this equipment. And lastly, as I finish, as private schools, we look back at one of the reports by Professor Odhiambo about education in 2012, where they recommended that there be establishment of a revolving fund in the spirit of public-private partnership. And that one would help us in a very...
Kwa muda manake kuna wengi takawapata maoni, labda pengine tukienda kwa hapo kwenye kwamba mapendekezo mengine katika mageuzi yao ni kwamba tutakuwa tukichapisha mitihani yetu hapa. Mtaiamini, mtakuwa na wasiwasi nayo.
Thank you so much. My name is Nancy. Thank you so much, Rashida and Trevor. Yes, we will accept that because when you look at SIDAC TVET, being one of the private TVET institutions we have in this country, I feel SIDAC TVET is the best. And why do I say this? This is because the students are going to get the skills. The students are able to be competent on it. But also, I would like to urge the government not to forget the private TVET institutions in our country, because also young people, the youth who are also hustlers are joining this institution, and they would also feel nice if they get funds so that they can be in a position to continue getting these skills. I'd like to hear from Mr. James Ogweno, the Chief Principal, St. Bakita, on what the recommendations are on this retooling of the teachers. Will it suffice?
Thank you very much, Trevor. And actually, you've stolen what I wanted to say. My approach to this is very different, and one, we need to be very positive with this. On the aspect of retooling of teachers, the government has to be very elaborate with their training. 3 things are important: elaborate training, support, and provision of resources. There's the bit of the migration or the removing the quality assurance from Teacher Service Commission to the Ministry of Education Department. It's not just about the physical movement. Can they be moved and be empowered? And the curriculum support officers be empowered to support the teachers in the implementation of the competency-based curriculum. I want to strongly believe if the teachers seated here and the teachers teaching Kenyan children are empowered to teach the learners, CBC is a very beautiful curriculum.
Thank
you very much, Trevor. Yeah, I just want to concur with the speaker who's just spoken. The CBC curriculum is a very beautiful curriculum, but the main implementer, the person who goes directly to the child, is the teacher. And that teacher should be properly trained. And the training does not just include theory or PowerPoint presentation. It has to be practical. It has to be ongoing. There has to be a lot of practical training ongoing. And that's how we will get rid of these misconceptions, such that every child has to bring a chicken. Yeah. That's not CBC. That's a misconception of CBC, or even being asked to bring that chicken or a bamboo stick the night before. That's not CBC, because CBC trains people to be organized, to have values. If you want to ask children for something, you must ask them on time, weeks before, so that they know what they are doing.
So is it the teachers who have misunderstood the system?
Yes, and it is not their fault. I wouldn't say it's their fault. They did not go through a CBC system. Most of these teachers went through 844. Many of them did not touch a paintbrush, did not do any practical sessions. So they just interpret what is in the book.
Okay.
Yeah, but with proper training, they will know how to problem solve. As Jemima said, you know, if you don't have enough, you can improvise. That is problem solving.
Okay.
And that is the part of the CBC.
Or you will 1 year suffice for retooling as you pass the microphone to Sosyan?
Well, before I talk about the 1 year, I want to look at one important factor here about teachers in this republic. Comparatively with teachers elsewhere, talk of Bahamas, Malaysia, and so on, even Japan, the Presidential Working Party has talked about a lot of changes. Here, we are talking about retooling, supporting teachers. We are not even talking about motivating the same teachers.
Okay.
A demotivated teacher cannot offer quality education. This is what the Presidential Party, Working Party, missed all along. So I want to say here, even as we are actually supporting all that is the Presidential Working Party, special consideration should be given to motivating the same teachers.
Okay.
Bila shaka najua kwamba maoni ni mengi mtazamaji, lakini naona mwelekezi naye pia anatuambia kwamba muda unasonga. Hata sijui hapa tutafanyaje, maana yake kwamba lazima tufanikishe.
Sasa sio naona kidogo anatusukuma tumpe sijui dakika moja.
Yeah, thank you.
1 minute.
I will summarize. Yes. The report is one of the best. And among all the reports that have been generated in this country, this one should be implemented. It's going to speak to many issues. Okay. Many challenges have been outlined about the new curriculum. The new curriculum, first of all, it never went through public participation. The previous government did not allow proper and deep consultations. Okay. That is why you see the issues of assignments where you are telling parents to bring chicken and children to swim. Okay. That model was modern for rich homes, okay, where there are swimming pools and food and all such. And I think elimination of these unnecessary aspects in this curriculum is quite welcome in the report. The other bit is the structure of getting the comprehensive school system of lumping the pre-primary to grade 9. That brings education closer to the households and make it even a little bit more cheaper. And of course, a lot of work now remains with KICD.
Jeff and Lulu now. Thank you so much for making time and speaking to us as stakeholders right here on The Big Conversation. Jeff?
Rashid, thank you so much. It's been an incredible 3 hours of a big conversation. That's why it's called The Big Conversation.
The Big Conversation, mjadala mkuu. Ama kwa hakika mtazamaji, hisia mseto zimeweza kutolewa kutoka kwa wadau mbalimbali kuhusiana na mapendekezo ya jopo kazi la Profesa Munavu.
Absolutely. And you know what? We have to continue this conversation, Lulu, because it's not about us anymore. It's about our children and their children after that.
From here, Jeff, wajua tunasemaje? Tunasema kwamba tumempeleka mtazamaji saluni. Kusuka au kunyoa ni hiari yake.
Aha.
It's up to you.
Na akiwa na miadi kama mimi.
Na mtazamaji, shukrani sana kwa niaba ya wote walioweza kufanikisha matangazo haya moja kwa moja. Kama unavyoona katika kiwambo chako cha runinga ni kwamba tulikuwa wengi
sana. And for the experts, the stakeholders, the government, the town hall, and the folks in Kibra as well. And of course the comrades over there across the room from us. Everyone, thank you so much for being a part of The Big Conversation.
Kutoka kwetu tunasema shukrani sana kwa muda wako. Uwe na usiku mwanana. Kwa heri.
Good night.
Thank you.